Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, December the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And make sure you can see my screen. All good, all good. Yes, yes. Okay, so yes, great little pre-market trade for me. XBIO, it popped in right here. What was the time? It was about 8:36. All of a sudden, was appearing my gap up list. Saw this, quickly read the news. Said, okay, let's take some. Got in at 191. I was actually going to try to get out just under 3, and it popped through 3 before I could get out of any. So luckily that happened because I got out at 340, and then the last bid at 418, and that's where it is right now. I don't have any more. You never know. I mean, it could easily, I suppose, take out 461 later on. It's only a low float, 5.3 million in the float. It's already traded the float double. Look at that, 11 million shares already. So, yes, I can take the day off. So, who wants to take over for me today? Ton of stuff happening this morning, guys. Like, I have got so many on my list. So, let's get rolling through them. Okay, well, let's go. Okay, top of my list, as it was happening this morning, RCON, China stock, but it's giving it up. It's not, okay, it's still up. It's still up 80%, so it hasn't given up that much. Yeah, this looks almost like the other one. Same sort of float, same sort of volume, double the float. RCON is a China stock. Yes, China stock. I don't see any specific news for it. NTEC, UK partnership, NTEC. NTEC still up 100%, another low float, 3.6 million in the float. Now Chris had gapped up. It is, I think it's pulled back quite a bit now. Chris was a big flyer from yesterday. It actually got up to 790. It got way above that high of yesterday, but it is pulled back somewhat. Somebody asked about QS. My goodness, look at QS this morning. I don't see that it was an AI alert. Don't see any flags on it. Look at it this morning, up 29%. $17 just about. So VLDR. So Citron basically slammed the heck out of Laser yesterday, LAZR. And said, you know what? Smoke and mirrors, sort of. You should be in VLDR if you want the leader. Leader in LiDAR. Okay, so anyway, I don't know if that's the reason why this is popping up this morning, but there's VLDR. PSTI. Ooh, man. Hopefully nobody was in this one. PSTI. Big gap down. Negative phase 3 data. Negative phase 3 data. Now, these are the types that, the longer it bases here, we may get a little bit of a pop play, a little rebound play out of it. So I would be definitely putting an alert around 682. See if that takes it out. It's a low float situation. We've seen this many times. Some of these ones that get absolutely devastated, they have a little bit of a pop for no other reason other than traders trying to pick a bottom. CNET, the China stock, some kind of a streaming platform. China, I did read the news, something about starting a streaming platform in China. So CNET, another, look at these. I mean, look at these moves, 100% just about. 15 million to 15.9 million in the float. Did they just, a lot of financing. So did they just announce a financing? They did announce one. Let's see what the price is. Now Fran had gapped up huge. I almost took this one. I didn't get it. gapped up huge. Something about, I mean, they're trying to rescue themselves. I think something about a $15 million available to them, something like that. I mean, it's still up 57%. Traded the float, only 2.8 million in the float. USIO, that's still, yeah, another, I mean, look at these moves, 33%, another low float, 15 million in the float. Where are they out of? San Antonio, so it's a US stock. Don't see, yeah, owner Topline Capital Partners, LP reported a purchase. So a little bit of news for this one. This Callum Petroleum continues its move up. CPE, what a great few days it's had. CPE, look at the great few weeks. I mean, 3 weeks ago, this was a $6 stock, basically 2.5 times now. RCKT, Rocket, RCKT. Sort of the double news on this one. So I guess great positive data, and they took advantage of that. And they're planning a $175 million offering. RCKT, up 41%. Rocket Pharmaceuticals. Yes, that's what I read too, Luther. As the so get out of the laser and get into VLDR, according to Citron. These SPACs are still, look at PIC. PIC is up. No, I don't see any specific reason. Conducting a shareholder meeting for XL Fleet merger. Take a look at this one. Now, I did read a little bit of the information on this one, HCAC. So I guess their merger is supposed to take place on December 21st. And it's with Canoo, some kind of, it's another EV play. I didn't quite understand it. Skateboard technology, EV play. So, I don't know. I don't know how to play these, to be honest. If you get out of them before the news, but some of them, I mean, have ripped. Look at Laser. I mean, once LAZR, I mean, once that SPAC was done, I mean, look what it did. I'm not saying HCAC is going to do the same thing, but RMG, another SPAC. GRWG financing. Now, what is the financing at? It's at $30 a share or so. 5 million at 30, basically raising $150 million. So it's above the financing price. This is a cannabis play, GRWG. What a month it had last month. GME, well, they released earnings, and I actually saw this one after hours. I thought, okay, well, there was the original, or the initial reaction was right up to $18.30 or so, fell back down, and now look at it, $14. So this is, we were talking about this one yesterday because of that huge short float percent. So these guys are still pretty happy. Another financing, ATRA, another financing. This one is done at $24.50. Dash, yeah, Airbnb is, yeah, Dash, man, did they ever pick the right time? Unfortunately, I mean, I think their June value, it's basically double their June valuation, of course, all to do with the pandemic. So, some companies have really profited, unfortunately. So it's way over $100. I think it's going to be over $100. It'll start trading today as Dash. Okay, if I missed any, XPEV, okay, XPEV, they've done their financing, $45 a share, raising $2.2 billion. Let's see how that is holding that 45. So it's done well. Remember yesterday when Tesla came out with their financing, kind of dipped, and then it said, shareholders said, who cares? So maybe this will happen with XPEV. Financing's done at 45. Tallo, I think I missed this one. TALO, another financing. Tallo's another financing, and so it's underneath the financing price. It's 8.25 million shares at $8.90 a share. So it is underneath the financing price. All right, 9:15. Let me take a quick look to see what sort of, upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Let me do one link here. All right, what do we have here? We've got sort of an equal number of upgrades and downgrades. So you get a few of them in here. Keep an eye, yeah, see, US Steel has an upgrade. Been on an amazing run. I think I missed one also. I think INFI, INFI, I think that had gapped up also. Take a look at that one later. Definitely a lot of action this morning. Upgrade for Disney. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Look at the downgrades in now. Yeah, there are definitely more downgrades this morning. Who's downgrading Moderna? Needham. Zoom getting downgraded by JP Morgan. JP Morgan is pretty active this morning. Man, they've got a lot of downgrades this morning from JP Morgan. They're on fire on these downgrades. Not sure I've seen that before. These are fun. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I may have missed some. JP Morgan has downgraded about 16 or 17 stocks this morning. All right, that's about enough. It's just something from briefing.com, believe the hype. It's a free service. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, it's just something I get from briefing.com tech, okay? It's a free service, briefing.com. You can sign up for it. I like it because they send it to my email at about 10 after 9 every morning, so I don't really have to do anything. I just wait for it to show up. Okay, GLSI. You guys are talking about GLSI. Why are you talking about that one? Oh yeah, this one. Huh. 1.5 million in the float. Presents a 5-year data something or other. Announces poster presentation. Where to watch an IPO? Well, one of the ways you can watch it, I mean, our house resumes. I'm sharing, this is one of the scans I share. A lot of times what happens is when it's an IPO, it shows up here as a resume, okay? But, I mean, there's many websites out there. You know, I use this one. I can give you this one that I use. This will show you when the IPOs are happening, the approximate prices they're supposed to come out at. Okay. Well, we have an insider tab here, okay, on our single stock window. Okay, guys, well, my little IPOC started to work not too badly. You know, I said yesterday I took this one at $11. What day are we now? Wednesday? So yeah, I took this one late Monday afternoon at 11. So yeah, it's not working too badly. Let's see. I mean, there's no real news on it. It hasn't really got going yet. Watching some of these other ones starting to move down now. AYTU down 15%, not very much volume. STM, guys, yeah, this is moving down. STM, it's a big gap down, 11%, lots of volume. Big float, STM. So this is what you can actually do. No, Sarah, as I said, it's something you'll have to go to briefing.com, and sign up for it. Okay, I can't give it to you. You have to sign up for it. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay? So go to briefing.com, and you know, they're going to ask for your email and all of that. So for instance, if you want to know when Dash opens, all I would do is I'm just going to create a price alert. $1. I'm sure it'll be over $1 when it opens. Of course, it'll be No idea. No idea, Chris. I just know that the majority of them, if not all of them, come out at 10, but I have no idea. I'm interested in this HCAC. I mean, I wish I had a better handle on it, but I mean, it's hit or miss. You know, do you predict that once they do their merger on the 21st that it's going to rip? Or is all the hype built in already? You know, I mean, that's the thing. I like that valuation, Chris, but I really don't know. I honestly do not know how that works. Haven't looked at it. So XVIO, yeah, if it gets over 4 again, I mean, what sort of room does it have? I have to back this out on the monthly chart. Can't even really see it. 251 is the high, so it's way above that. So if you look left, I mean, this has obviously a ton of room. If you back it out on the weekly chart, it's going to look the same. Wait a minute. Actually, right here is a high of 6. So there was a week back here of a high of 6. So, I mean, maybe it can shoot for that. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, I mean, I briefly read the stuff about HCAC, skateboard technology adapting to cars somehow. I mean, understand that I don't have a lot of time. I think after the market closes today, I'll probably try to look at it a little more closely. But I just sort of glance at the, at the headline and try to figure out, well, why is this so interesting? But you can see, I don't know if they actually release it back here. I mean, it did nothing for a long, long time. And there's that 10 price. Eesh, look at that. Wow. Wow, you got in at 16. All right, PSTI, the ones that got really hammered this morning, PSTI, actually it's starting to break down again. They're probably, I don't know how many other drugs they have in their pipeline, maybe none other than that one, and just negative data. And it's phase 3. All right, everybody, market's going to open in less than 1 minute. So let's have a great trading day today. I don't even know what the market's doing. Overall market, SPY is up. Nah, it's not really. It's basically flat. All right, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are open. Oh, and I forgot to tell everybody, you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New and Channel Bar, and then my watch list. My watch list, okay, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Unable to enlarge your chart. So don't know what you mean. You just have to grab a chart and by the corners, and if that's what you mean. Wow, look at IPOC. Wow, nice, 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 nice. Well, if you've been in the room for a while, you know I've been liking this one, but I was not going to take it until it got to 11. So they have announced before on this this day here, whatever that week was, they announced who they're merging with. You can't do alerts. Yes. You mean price alerts? Yes. Meanwhile, look at the CPE just continues. I don't really know why, but look at the CPE just continues to move. Look at this weekly chart. I mean, about 2 months ago, this was a $5 stock, almost a triple. Well, I think we're going to get your wish here, HCAC. Again, look at the weeks it's had from 10 to 20 basically in 1, 2, 3 weeks. All right, GME continues down, guys, after earnings. Really no support. The month, well, I shouldn't say that. The monthly chart, the low is 1032. On the daily chart, looks like around 1130-ish or so about $1 away, maybe from support here on the daily chart for CME. Now, guys, remember, we have the new SPAC channel. Click on new channel bar, and right there, SPACs, blank check companies, okay? If you don't know what we're talking about, look it up. SPAC, it's an acronym, look it up. They are the rage of 2020. Okay, just look it up. Well, I'm not in it anymore, but look at XBIO. It just took out the high now, guys. XBIO did take out the high. This is just ripping now again. XBIO. Very low float, 5 million in the float. Look at the volume already. Traded the float 5 times. This will probably, by the end of the day, wouldn't surprise me, 20 times. You know, that'd be 100 million shares approximately. Yeah, I not really, Chris. I mean, the long consolidations. Yeah, I mean, why don't you try then? Yeah, you have the position in range. Just make it so that the range is not that great. I don't know. Put a max range in it and see what happens. We do have our consolidation days, but I really don't. I don't really use it. So consolidation days, you can try to go way out, but I don't know. I don't have one now. Chris, I really don't. Yeah, GLSI also got halted. GLSI got halted on the way down, and Rocket got halted on the way up. Well, I'm not unhappy. I'm leaving some money on the table, but this was such a quick move for me. XBIO. This was all done in the pre-market. My trading XBIO right down here. No, not there. Right here. No, I guess it was here. Yeah. Now, didn't I read yesterday that FireEye, FEYI, was actually hacked and they're a big security firm? They were hacked? Did I not read that or did I dream it? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's kind of embarrassing. Sort of like when the hackers get hacked. Don't understand the question about what is halt limit for way up. I'm not sure I understand your question, Michael. Halts happen if a stock goes up too much in a period of time, and it's just the computer that kicks in and puts a rest. Usually it's 5 minutes. So for instance, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open in 10 seconds. Let's just see. And the answer is, yep. So usually they're 5-minute halts. I don't know. I don't know what the I don't know what the percentage is, Michael. Somebody else might know. I don't know what the percentage is. It might be 10% in a certain period of time, but I really don't know. Probably somewhere on the internet knows that, but I don't know. All I know is that it just it's the computer kicks in and just halts it. Well, XBIO, my goodness. That was a nice, when it broke over 4. Here's another one coming in here. CLSK, Clean Spark. Haven't seen this one for a while. Of course, this is EV play. Where are they out of? Bountiful. Utah. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Okay, now there's the bounce I was kind of looking for. But I think it has to take out these highs right there, 685, if this is going to be a really big bounce for PSTI. We've seen this many times where a bio just gets absolutely thumped. But, during the day, it can tack on a percentage basis, a nice little move. We've talked about it. Must be a beast for you, depending where you got in it. Interesting news. Really positive data. And then they've also doing a financing. 170. Well, they've said they want to do a financing, raising $175 million. I do not believe that the price has been fixed. And that's for RCKT. So, this one, NOG, reminds me a little bit of CPE. I mean, this is, it looks like the same sector, NOG, and it's had a nice, look at this run. I mean, it's almost a triple from the lows of last month. How's X doing? Look at WPRT. Look at the volume coming into this one right here. Look at the volume. WPRT, not a low float, 116 million in the float. EVGN on the move also now. Boy, look at all these moves. Another fairly low float, 27 million in the float. This looks like this is just a symbol name change. Let me back this out a little bit, see if there's anything ahead. Well, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Are you forcing me to put news in here? Yeah, well, I got it. Okay, it is moving and lots of volume. I have sort of a distaste for this one, but cannot deny the fact that it is moving today on lots of volume. Big float. Well, guys, listen. Well, there goes the PSTI. There is taking out the highs in the pre-market. PSTI. Big volume coming in. Hasn't really traded. I mean, it's traded 122 times normal. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like sometimes you see something that's down 40%. It's going to have many more millions of shares. It's a low float, but Interesting. High was 687. It has pulled back 30 cents. Okay, this is a SPAC. I don't know anything about these guys. Tuscan Holdings. I don't know who they're trying to buy, or it's a battery play. Microvast in talks to go public. Okay, that's back in November 11th. So that was the Microvast. Microvast, sorry. And it is a battery play, so it's in the right sector. AR. Yeah, I mean, it's, what is it? What are the highs right here on the monthly chart? 464, 415, so 464. Yeah, I mean, if it takes out 464, what's the float? Big float. You know, if it gets going though, 464, maybe it has a shot to 10, looking at that monthly chart. Flux, F-L-U-X. Now, what are they? Let's see. It has some room. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 12. Very low float, 7.3 million in the float. All right, so here we go. We have, wow, look at, where are you, GKK? Great call on the Yalla. He was yelling at us probably for 3 weeks about Yalla. And when it was down probably in this area here, around the $10 level. Okay, EQNR. Oh, it's a big float. Take a look left, 1710. So this one could be interesting. You know, it's going to be, may not be super dynamic, but it is over 17. The next high looking left is, as I said, 1710, I believe. Takes out 1710, has a shot, you know, to get to that 20 level on the monthly chart. So you might want to keep an eye on EQNR. I'm going to stick an alert. Actually, around 1710. Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday about Fubo. Pink sheet stock. Why is it a pink sheet stock? Where are they out of? Why is it a pink sheet stock? Or are we wrong? This looks like we're wrong. Yeah, we're wrong. We're wrong. Okay, I'm gonna have to alert. Well, we're wrong. Our data provider is wrong. Okay, this is on the way down, guys. So hopefully nobody got trapped in this one, this GLSI. I've seen this one before. I don't know what, where are they out of? It's a crazy low float. They must have done a reverse split or something. Well, it just resumed. Sometimes it's a multiple. If it's not 5, then it's 10, then it's 15. You know, usually it's always I should say always, but it's usually a multiple of 5. So you can see right there, halted 935.42, open 950, which is 15. I don't know why some get halted for most of them. I would say 99% of them, or 95% of them at least, are 5-minute halts. Why something gets halted for 10 minutes, I don't know. Or 15, I don't know. All right, well, Chris is shaking off. I don't know when the financing was announced, but shaking off 575. Wow, you know what? This is amazing. So 25 million shares, a little over 25 million shares at 575 a share. It's way above the financing price. So shareholders are just shaking that off like it's nothing. Yeah, so I don't give recommendations, okay? Like that, NNDM. Well, I mean, it's down. You know, I mean, I'm always one to wait for a whole number break, but that, again, that's not a recommendation to take it if it breaks over 7. I mean, it's pretty choppy right now, so I don't, you know, I don't really see an edge right now with this one to go long. It looks like it wants to go down a bit more. And the ELYS. It's the same thing. I mean, it's down. This is not an This is not an IPO. This is just a simple name change. So the high in the week was 348. Yeah, I just don't have a feel for it at all. It's a very low float. Somebody else, you know, if they're in these, if they're following this more closely than I am, they might have a different opinion. So this is so Canadian-based stock, I see. So it's probably co-listed, dual listing. You know, I forgot to keep watching this one. So this is this liquid dot. What's the spread like? It's not terrible. It's 10 cents. But this earnings yesterday, I was talking about this one yesterday as a potential earning second day continuation. It's amazing. Look at all these moves that Trade Ideas is able to locate. The market is really doing nothing. We really don't care what the market's doing. These ones, you know, we're just able to locate them. So let's see what my watch list is doing so far. We had AMP yesterday, AMP E yesterday. Yeah, this is a big float. That's right. This is a big float, but it is now looked like it is 139. So that was the area we were trying to see if it would clear yesterday. So it's a little bit above that right now. And the big thing, of course, if you look left on that monthly chart, in theory, it has room to three. And again, when I say that, I don't mean I have no idea if it's going to get there, but we just look at a chart and you can see there's the next area of resistance. So something to shoot for. Yeah, GMDA. I got all excited this morning on it. You know, we talked about this one yesterday. Is maybe taking this that high out of 2 days ago. It briefly did it yesterday, but then it just collapsed and had some interesting after-hours action. And then even in the pre-market, the volume was really light though, and the spread was crazy. So I don't know. I think I still have to put an alert around 11:06. But it has to be on great volume. So guys, if you have the AI, yeah, a couple of stop outs already, but keep an eye on those reentries. If you have, add that reentry columns. There's a very, very tight stop on that FireEye. Meanwhile, Neuro, N-U-R-O, from yesterday, is now making a nice little move here. It's over now. It's above yesterday's close. Remember yesterday it got all the way up to what, 5, almost 5. So it's trying to make a little bit of a move here. Volume coming in on the 2-minute chart. All right, so I looked at Mara earlier. It was under 5. So it's popped a little bit. So tied to like Bitcoin, GPTC. So yeah, so it's very tied to Bitcoin, of course, GPTC. Just doesn't seem quite ready yet. Well, look at Rite Aid, 53 million in the float. Over the whole number, what sort of resistance is there? So if you look left on that weekly chart, the next high looks like it is 1993. So that's far enough away on a percentage basis. If you get close to that 20 level, is that I mean, look at these three weeks. This week is not only half a week or half the week. So in 2.5 weeks, it's almost doubled for Rite Aid, RAD. Now remember, these got hit when Amazon, the news came out that Amazon was really going to try to take their business, not just their business, but CVS with pharmaceuticals. So, but complete recovery. Boy, what sort of room does this have? I mean, this. Okay, did we have a brief disconnection here for my screen? Yeah, okay, that's what I saw. My screen sharing program said it got disconnected. It is now connected. Well, you can toggle. I wouldn't. You can toggle between. Oh, two. Yeah, I'm not sure a Tel Designer in terms of that within Brokerage Plus. You'd have to ask Interactive Brokers. I mean, you probably can have two IB accounts and you can toggle between them, but you'd have to ask them. I don't. I have no experience with that. I don't see why not. Just be careful. Make sure you know what account you're in. Another SPAC here. CE. Unless this is a an investment holding company. I'm not sure this is a SPAC. I'm afraid to look at this QS. Wow, unbelievable. So this was an IPO here. Was this a SPAC earlier? Let me just see. Ah, Kensington Capital, yes. So this was a SPAC. Man, what a SPAC this one was. So obviously started trading right here. Eight days ago at 31. Okay, guys, I was mentioning this one, EQNR. Now it's a huge float, $1 billion in the float. It may be, a pretty gentle trade. It has some room to, well, there's the high, 1710. So, I mean, it's got, in theory, some room up to here. I'm just checking some of these. CPE 1628, so 1627 right now. Remember, this is a watch list. You don't have to pop in right away. Sometimes they'll give you a second opportunity. Some of these were high flying. That's the problem sometimes when I have a delay of 15 minutes before. A lot of times they've already ripped so high. Yeah, okay, meatballs. Enough. Well, guys, what can I say? LQDT, if you took it, yeah, it's intentional. Try to let things settle down a little bit. In the first 15 minutes, things can go up and down so quickly. So I do put a a 15-minute delay. That's why here, though, you see it right off the bat. So, it's up to you. I mean, a lot of times this is a lot better to wait. Sometimes, some days it isn't, depending on how far a stock is ripped. Meanwhile, ONCY is just collapsing here. You must have some bad news. THCB, guys, look at THCB. I mentioned this one in the pre-market, Tuscan. And again, check the news. Microvast, what do they do, Microvast? Here we go. So, company considers itself a leader in developing ultra-fast and long-lasting battery power systems for electric vehicles. That is what Microvast is all about. And they're merging with this THCB. Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing, I talk about it, not all the time, but something to always watch for is a second day continuation on earnings, especially if it closed near the high like LQDT did, closed near the high yesterday. It was an earnings play, had a great run all day, and then just continuation. Well, this is quite amazing, this FUBO. I mean, this looks like was this a SPAC also? I mean, there is that magic $10 level. Yeah, well, I can tell you now. I mean, SFIX is a AI alert 5382, 5572. So there's a couple of dollars right there. All right, guys. I actually tried to short this FireEye, but I could not get a fill where I wanted. I'm not going to chase it. The reason is it's down more than 10%, so the uptick rule is in effect. And I hung around there for about 10 seconds, 10, 12 seconds. Would not get a fill. So again, if you have the AI, you'll notice that the reentry was 1397. I'm going to go over all this in about 20 minutes. Well, look at Oxy. What another one that's had a tremendous comeback, almost a double in well, last month it was a low underneath 10. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 26. So a lot of these oil plays, energy plays. Oxy was getting beaten up the way ahead of the downturn in energy. All sorts of activist shareholders and all of that with Oxy. Shoot, I'm just... Well, guys, the FEYE is sounding over and over and over again here. If you have this one, the basic highs and lows, text to voice. So this one was from yesterday. I'm going to go over how you can use the simulator to practice swing trading. This is one that I was showing you guys yesterday. CMRX. So I did not close it overnight. So consequently it carried over today and for as long as I want. And we have another... Yeah, so be awfully careful. I mean, look at this. I mean, I know it was down to 12, back up to 17. It got, it resumed. It was a 10-minute halt this time for GLSI. Not for the faint of heart. Man, I mean, that's an incredible move. It's a $7 move, but be awfully careful. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread is only a penny. Well, it was a penny. Now it's expanded, but when I just looked at it, it was only a penny. Halted again, yeah. So this will probably one of these ones that'll get halted about 10 times today. It's already been halted once, twice, 3, 4 times so far. All right, well, look at this one. I mean, this look promising pre-market. Look at this, way up here, 333, but just is giving it up, 35% down now. Pretty good volume. Infi. This is actually shortable for me. I have to see if I want to do this. It's a chase mode right now. 115 or so looks like, well, the next low looking left is right here. Just a bottoming tail. So I don't know what caused this one to move higher. Reports presentation of frontline triple something or other. I'm just looking at a headline. So there was a little bit of pop on that news, but then reality set in. Marinus Marinus, look at this one. Boy, if this takes out, well, it's a little ways to go, but at 50 cents to go. All right, so there is a, let me see if I can remember how to do this. I think with the gear, if you click on that gear, hopefully you can see that. There's a little gear icon, and I think always scroll to bottom. If you check that, I believe that'll help you. Okay, Rio? Mr. Real, good morning. All right, what is V-Ray doing? Boy, V-Ray. So you look at V-Ray, look left on that monthly chart, 488. So it has a little bit of room there, but if it could ever take out that area here, I mean, look how much room this V-Ray has. So again, these are all, you know, could be setting up for longer term, like potential swings. What is the short float? That's the percent that is short. So 104 million in the float, 14% of that is short. RAD continues to move. Wow, $20 test now coming up for RAD, R-A-D. Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't take this HCAC. So there's a $1.50 drop from the highs for HCAC. And yeah, interesting red bar right there, but a green bar forming. Let's see if we can get right back up for the SPY. So NAS a little bit down, Dow's a little bit up, SPY's a little bit up. All right, so here's a little bit of a bounce for, well, pretty big one, 40 cents or so for XBio. Again, you know, this was just a nice pre-market trade for me. They were coming into the room, got in at 191, sold some right here around 330, 340 actually, and the balance in this area here just over 4. Market open, it got all the way up to 550. But that was a very, very, look at that on the 2-minute chart. That was a very, very quick trade for me in the pre-market. All right, keep an eye on PSTI, guys. This could be, you know, the start. I mean, it's trying to, I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but it gets over 7. I mean, beaten up horribly. What's the high right there? The high is 7 there, guys. So it's a low float. Speculative, okay? I mean, there's a reason why this has been got hammered down. Negative data. It's a bio, and it's late stages for it. So, but, you know, we said before, some of these will have intraday bounces. Doesn't mean everything is okay. It just means traders are looking at this as a potential little intraday bounce. You can get some decent percentage gains before it falls back again. And this is not a recommendation, and just pointing out an opportunity. And there you go. Yeah, SFIX on, this is an AI alert. Very, very nice so far. Had a little bit of a downturn with the market, I guess. You'd be careful on that one. It looks like it is trying to track the market a little bit. It's just out of the price range I like to trade, the AI. I really wanted the FireEye, but I couldn't get the fill where I wanted, down more than 10%. Shorts are available. It's just like, you know, with this uptick rule, I couldn't get the fill where I wanted. All right, guys, so just so you know, we are aware that this is really not a pink sheet stock, FUBO. It is New York. They are aware, so they being Trade Ideas, and we'll have to contact our provider. All right, look at this one, UNFI. So, wow, this is actually an earnings play. Didn't see this one at all in the, but look at this one now, UNFI, underneath that whole number. And what sort of room does it have? So you look left on that monthly chart, and wow, 1423. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but let's look at on the weekly chart. 1541. So there's a low right there at 1541. And then afterwards, we get down to that 1437 level for UNFI. And it's an earnings play. Yeah, that XPEP shook off the offering pretty well. Yeah, so it's, you know, it actually popped up a little bit, but is sort of sitting just above that offering price. Okay, guys, I just want to show you what I'm talking about in terms of the reentry. If you have the AI, you should have the reentry price and time column. Okay, so very tight stop. I mean, it was 1384. There was a stop, 1409. So it got stopped. That was a very tight stop. The reentry was at 1397. If you have these two columns, you'll see there's the price, there's the time. So you had a second chance to get into this one. 1397, 1360 now. And these are just columns you should add if you have the AI. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, and it is actually 10:30, so right on time. So, if you are new to this room today, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. I am going to put my homepage link into the rooms. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, homepage right there, a lot of information on my homepage. First of all, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code that you can use, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, except for the numeric 4, of course. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. So we have the premium and standard annual, $22.68 a year for the premium, minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus that 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people take the premium service. I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. So month to month, $118 less the 15% for the standard, $228 less the 15% for a premium. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Also, my homepage, you can get the trade of the week. Don't think it's triggered. Well, it didn't trigger a Monday or Tuesday. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Usually about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. You can sign up for here. I do a recap, what happened in the room, daily video. I think this is a popular link right here. If you click here, all my scans that I'm sharing, all right? All the scans that I'm sharing. And lots of education here. And so I always like to put this one in on its own, the 20 lessons. If you are brand new to Trade Ideas, or if you are thinking about signing up, it's a good link to take a look at. One-on-one, I think it's $139 now, Dan, but I would not, I would exhaust everything else. Before you sign up for a one-on-one. I mean, take a look at the 20 short lessons. I'm gonna look at that right now. The 20 short lessons. So I mean, if you start off with this, I mean, it can be a little bit overwhelming, but this really explains, what is a top list, building one. These are not videos; it's all text-based. Alert windows, etc. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas all explained right here. So if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also look at this, so you can get a feeling for what we're able to do. More education. Now, I don't know, today is Wednesday. Now, normally Michael Noss is in the YouTube feed on Wednesdays. Let me just see if he's going to be there. He's studying for something, though, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that. The reason, I'm just going to find out. The reason why is that he's definitely our expert with using, what I'm going to go over this, using Interactive Brokers, and if you have an Brokers Plus, and if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, so it is not. It's Chris. Chris is pretty good, though. Chris is pretty good. He's getting a real handle on using Brokers Plus and Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I'm going to go over that in just a bit. Just a second. All right, so there is another, I know it gets a little confusing. There is another room concurrent to this one. For those of you, if you just care about really listening to me or seeing my screen and that's all, you don't want a lot of interaction with other traders, then we do have a YouTube stream. It's our YouTube channel. And I monitor it also at the same time as this room. At noon, I do take a break. And so what happens is one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube feed, and they actually run it for from 12 to 1. So you can always join that to support while I'm on a break. We have daily webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Now, today is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas, and that is the one that I do attend, help out on. This is my long day. A lot of educational videos here and trading books, ebooks here. Okay, so lots of information on my homepage. Yeah, well, the YouTube link is I went over. You don't have to go now. You don't have to go now. Okay, there's nothing. It's the same as what you're seeing here. So if you're in the right room, okay, it's just that when I take a break, if you want to head over there, you can do so. But it's on my homepage. Just go to my homepage. And click on education. And there's the daily support sessions. That's what it's called. Okay? All right, I do now want to start talking a little bit about the AI and then Brokerage Plus. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Interactive Brokers has always had a reputation. I'm not going to say it's the best, but it's pretty good for shorts, yes. I don't know if it's the best. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the AI and what it's all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. And out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Now, I don't always say this. I don't really care what strategies made the cut. I don't care whether it's Holly Grail, Holly Neal, Holly 2.0, kind of slightly different versions of the AI. I really don't care. All I care about is what are the alerts. So this is what I would do. Here is my alert window right here. And to load it, I would go from the toolbar and click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That window will pop up. You can incorporate this window then as part of your overall layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. And just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? I mean, it's nothing for you to do. Just wait for the alerts to happen, and it's up to you to trade them as you see fit. Okay? By the way, guys, did anybody take advantage of that PSTI? I mean, look at that. Got all the way up to 8, and it's pulled back. I say it would have been very quick. So that is what the AI is all about. I mean, again, I always say it. I mean, people ask, how do you trade the AI? It's completely up to you. You know, I use it as a watch list. You know, I will follow it all day long. And that's how I use it. You know, there are all sorts of, other people might have different ways to use it, but there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. Now, I want to talk about our program before I talk about Brokerage Plus. Our program is I like to call it, we're an event-based scanner. So what you do is you create the event that you want. So for instance, basic new highs and lows. So if I look at what I've got here, here are the filters that I'm using. So, this is my price range that I want to see, 1 and 20, between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 shares minimum, up or down 4%. This is a little trick to make sure you don't see ETFs, etc. And the number of alerts, so it has to make at least 45 new highs before I'll see it. So if all these filters are met and a new high happens or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So here's the event. And of course, you can create your own events. We have lots and lots of filters, lots of different sorts of alerts. So that's what we are. You can create your own, and of course I'm sharing many of these scans from my homepage. Okay, you could take this scan though, and you might say, well, I like the idea of it, but I want a different price range. So you just click on that icon, and you can change the price range if you want. You can change the volume if you want. You can do anything you want, of course. Customize it to your style of trading. So that is what Trade Ideas is. Okay? And we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking meaning that we have an external linking tools, external linking. Okay? And we link with many brokerage platforms. So what does linking do? It's a time saver. And the reason I'm going over all this right now, I never used to do it this way, but people used to get so confused when I start talking about Brokerage Plus. And I'll explain why in a second. But what linking does, it's a time saver so that if you're like me, you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. Instead of my having to type CPE into my order entry in whatever platform I'm using, it'll just automatically load there, and then I don't have to type it in. And then from my platform, I can trade it. Okay, so it's a time saver. No more, no less. It's a time saver. Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers. So this is what we call Brokerage Plus, this window. So if you actually have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. But it doesn't mean, what happens is people sometimes get confused thinking, well, I can't use Trade Ideas if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, because then I can't use this Brokerage Plus window, okay? That's not it at all. It's just that it's a nice little feature that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use then this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. And I'm going to pop a video in here that's going to show you exactly how to do all that. Okay, so there is the video. It's about a 25-minute long video, and it shows you all the ins and outs of using this Brokerage Plus window to trade your IB account, and also paper trading, which I'm going to go into. But you can do things like set up your own buying and shorting scenarios. Okay, so let's just say you click on an alert, you like what you see, you go back to it, right click on it, and hover over this box, and you pick how you want to trade it. And you can set all this up. Okay, and that video explains it all. Okay? So that is one way to use the Brokerage Plus window. The other big way is as if you are new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit your money to the market. And you can use our paper trader. It's called, all you have to do is click on the SIM, and this is only available in the downloadable version, not available in our web-based version. But you click on the sim, and now you're in simulation or paper trading mode. And it's using our real-time data, so it makes no difference who your broker is. Okay, it uses our real-time data. Really simple to use. You click on an alert, you notice the symbol shows up, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. You want to go long, you buy. If you want to short, you sell. So, I wouldn't do this, I'm chasing it right now, but let's just take CYTK. Spread is, it's not terrible, so I'm going to buy it. See how I just bought CYTK right here, 1810. Always have a stop, of course. And your stop should be determined ahead of time, but I'm going to put a stop right 1774. So I'm going to add the stop order. You're going to see that it'll show up right on the chart. Okay, so if this goes down to 1774 and I just allow it to run in auto mode, it'll take me out for a $71 loss. I can put a target in if I want. I can add a target order. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do it. I'll put a target of 1850. And you'll see that this shows up on the chart right here. So if it went up to 1850 and I just allowed it to do it auto mode, it would take me out for an $81 gain. Okay, so this is a visual way of doing it. So if, I always say that, if it starts to work well, you can use this like a trailing stop. So you can start moving this line up on areas of the chart that start to make sense. You know, another support area. So if it broke down through that, you might want to put it just underneath it. So if it took that area of support out, you want to be out of the trade. Okay, you don't have to use the chart to do all that. If I want to get out of the trade right now, CYTK, I could flatten it. These are hotkeys. So I could flatten it. That gets me out of a trade. I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. Or I could go in here and I could just pick the number of shares I want to trade. If I want to sell, pick the price I want to get out at and sell. So this is really, really, I think it's very, very simple to use. And I would absolutely recommend that you before you do commit money to the market, practice trading. Trading is not easy. Okay? So you should really practice trading first. And you can use our simulator, and it uses our real-time data. Okay. Yeah, look, TD Ameritrade is pretty close. I mean, we've got a couple of TD Ameritrade accounts that people are, a couple of guys that Trade Ideas are, oh, look at the XBIO. So we're getting close. I just don't have a time I just don't know when it's going to happen. We have to really make sure there are no bugs. But we're past 2 months ago, we were still kind of talking about it, and we were working on it. But now there are a couple of guys with actual TD Ameritrade, TDA accounts, and they're using it, and they're making sure there are no bugs. And at the same time, for E-Trade. Wow, XBIO. Well, I could say I'd be upset, left money on the table, but I'm really not upset. This is the one I took in the pre-market around $1.91, sold some at $3.40, and sold a lot at $4.18. All in the pre-market. Yes, it's done this, but that was so quick. If you look at a 2-minute chart, that was so quick. And, this could have just collapsed, so. Okay, so this little CYTK. Starting to move a little bit, CYTK. This is the simulated trade that I took. So it has not opened yet, I guess. Dash is not opened yet. Be very interesting to see where it opens. Supposedly around $102. PUBM, okay, so that hasn't opened yet, I guess. Oh, it has opened. Wow. Okay, so, oh, it did open. I'm sorry. Yeah, I see right there. So this is one of the quirks that we have with our Halts Resumes. I would say 90% of the time, if it's an IPO, it's going to show up as a resume. Okay, and it did. It priced at $20, so this is a right now a good-looking IPO, decent volume. Well, check that. That'll be an option within your broker. Okay, in terms of taking stock. I mean, I don't know who your broker is, but that's just an option within your broker. I mean, I can't tell you exactly how to do it. I don't know who your broker is, but and if you're talking about within Brokers Plus, like all brokers, you cannot go in at market order. You have to go in at a limit order in order to pick the price. All right, guys. AHT. Now this can be a really active one. Kind of choppy though. AHT. I haven't looked at Beyond Meat for a long time. Yeah, I mean, it got absolutely slammed here. This was the earnings play on the 9th. I think that was, yeah, this is the reaction to earnings. Wow, I mean, but it's coming back. Yeah, I mean, that's the vagaries of the stock market every now and then. You see that. I mean, you always think that company does a financing and it should at least trade, certainly not way above it, maybe at it, but usually below it, but just the way it is. You know, I can't tell you why it's happening, but you're right. I mean, Chris, I mean, the financing is at 5.75 a share. So that's way above it. It's almost $2 above the financing price. No, you're not crazy. Yeah, I just think it's a little bit choppy. I mean, AHT and IHT, if you remember these days here, they went crazy. This is back on the 9th. I think IHT was the same thing. There it is. There's IHT did the same thing. AHT and IHT did exactly the same thing. I mean, you're chasing it now. Of course, you can't. I mean, you buy it now, and maybe it keeps going up, but I mean, you're in chase mode right now. It's also at the top of a channel, I believe. So you'd have to either wait for a pullback or but look how choppy it is on the 15-minute chart. No, but you know, if it really got going, I mean, if you look at the daily chart, there's the highs over here. Okay, look at this SPAC. This SPAC is on the move here. Look at this little pop here. Not on tremendous volume though. I'd like to see, be nice if that were on big volume. TDAC. Who are they going with? I have no idea who they're trying to merge with. The lottery company, thank you. Tough to intraday trade some of these. These are, you know, these are the types of things that, you know, if you start really believing their business plan, you believe what they're trying to do, you know, and that's when you maybe just take some and hold on because I mean they can have incredible moves. Probably rather concentrate on an EV play, but just because they're so hot. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know. I don't know how many they've had this year. Up to September, there were something like 102, and but I believe that since you know, well, 3 months, September, October, November, there have probably been at least another 30. Last year, there were something like 40. I actually do have a website for them too. I don't know if it's the same one that you have. Yeah, I don't really analyze it that quick. That Toad about algorithm trading. I mean, you know, it could be. I mean, I really don't analyze it like that. You know, I don't really care why a stock moves, whether it's algorithmic trading or not. I'm not trying to dismiss what your question. Somebody else may have a better answer. I just don't look at it like that. Okay, so Basim, let me. Are you talking about? So that's one of the scans I've got, right? The options play magic. Yeah, I'd have to look to see what the quality is. It changes. Okay, so I don't have that listed here. I don't have the quality column at all. If I did, so I'm not really sure. So I'm not sure what scan you're looking at. But typically, let me just back this out. I haven't used the quality column for so long. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, let me just duplicate it. Well, okay, for instance, I do know, for instance, here, if I do have one that makes sense to do it, and that is block trades. Okay, block trades. So for instance, the quality, if I have the quality, it's going to tell me exactly how many shares. Okay? In this particular case. It may be different for every one of them. But type, well, type is the alert, the actual alert itself. Okay, so that's what type is. And quality, in this particular case, is showing me how many shares. So this is a block trade. Okay. In the options play, I really don't know what it would be showing. But I can add it, and let's see. Shows the number of days? Okay, well. Yeah, I don't know. The same, I don't know. I don't know what that means, number of days in this particular case. Because it'll have something to do with the actual alert itself, new high. So let me just see. This might be like a 20-day high or something. Let me see, CPE. Yeah, it'll have something to do with the alert. I don't know. I've never used the quality. The only time I've ever used the quality is in that block trade. 348. Yeah, it's interesting. I just don't know. You might have to ask, go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask that question. I don't know what that means. Let me just do something here. You've intrigued me though in this. Or you've piqued my interest. Okay, I think I understand now. You see where it says next? It's looking at this description. So yeah, that must be it. Okay, if you're watching. So if you have the description, it's saying next resistance from 12/26/2019, which is 348 days ago. That is what this is talking about, I guess. Okay. Does that make sense? December 26th of last year is probably 348 days ago, okay? All right, so this one is making a new high, WTRH. Look how choppy it is, though, on that 15-minute. Choppy in that, look at the topping tails, look at the bottoming tails, up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, it has room, it does have room, but, is it going to keep chopping up and down? Yeah, this is now we're getting so we had that candle here. Looked like it was trying to recover. Yeah, well, the DoorDash. I mean, obviously, if you read what they were talking about, I mean, it is basically the valuation that they had in June. It's basically doubled. So the founders of DoorDash had to be ecstatic. Unfortunately, it's all pandemic related. And we've had occasions to to use it, and before that, I never would have thought about using it. Well, yeah, I mean, restaurants that don't have sort of an in-house delivery service. Yeah, pizza places, they usually have their own, but I mean, a lot of restaurants, small restaurants, they do not have any way in which they can deliver food to you. So that's why DoorDash has been obviously pretty popular. How many times has this been halted? GLSI. All right, here's another one. Jaws Acquisition Corporation. So what are they looking to do? For Cano Health. Investors chew on Jaws' stunning $4.4 billion SPAC deal for Cano Health. So the other rocket, the mortgage company, not the RCKT, but the other rocket, doing okay. I mean, this really fell though. I mean, 34. They had earnings on the 10th and it really got slapped on earnings. All right, AUTL on the way down here. Looking left on the daily chart, a low of 961, so it's almost at that level. If we can crack that level, it has a shot to get down to 9 AUTL. Bottoming tail for the SPY. Buyers are trying to prop this up a little bit. Probably not in terms of the candy. It's just that all the EVs. Let's see if they have any news. I guess they do have some news. Secures additional certification in California. As you know, California and Massachusetts, as we found out when we moved there, have the. In fact, I think Massachusetts has even a higher emission standard than California, if you can believe it. And so emissions, not that there should be anything emission-wise on an electric car, but so it received its second certification from the California Air Resources Board. Was that in our news also? Yeah, so all you do is really just click on our news. It was there also. All right, so it's just too choppy for me, this WTRH. I'm just looking at some of these. So that was a big fizzle, Fran. I mean, they now something about $15 million they have access to. I mean, it got all the way up to crazy. It got all the way up to 640 in the pre-market on that news, and then it just has sank ever since. Not shortable for me. I was looking at that one too. Short, just not shortable for me. Look at TRNE, guys. This is another SPAC, but this is a more of a medical one. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. $155, $160. Oh my goodness. That'll be about triple. Well, that'll be at least triple the valuation that they were looking at. Whoa, guys, look at this one. ONCT 524, 690 now from that original alert. This got halted again. GLSI got halted again. Well, it hasn't opened yet. So when you say it's not, it hasn't opened yet. You'll know when it opens. There'll be everybody in this room, not everybody, but many in the room will just start posting. Also, if you have the Halts resumes, it'll probably show up here as a resume. The other way to do it, just set a price alert. You know, like I've done, I've put a price alert of $1. Look at ONCT from this alert here, 524. Oh man. I mean, I had a great day yesterday, but this is this is making yesterday look like nothing. I don't even see any news for it. Not from yesterday. I don't see any news for it whatsoever. I mean, they presented. I guess the presentation went well. That was on the 7th. That was here. Really not well. Big reaction. I shouldn't say that. I mean, it was at 270, closed at $4. Better reaction yesterday, and a huge reaction this morning or today. Now CYTK joining the party here. I mean, look at the room this one's got on the monthly chart. I mean, this has just got a huge amount of room on that monthly chart. And the weekly chart. The weekly and the monthly are in essence the same in terms of the room. And let's see on the daily chart. Yeah, I mean look at the room that CYTK has. Yeah, Airbnb is tomorrow. Well, this could be really interesting tomorrow. I mean, if this holds this gap here, CYTK, I mean, look at the gap fill. Let's see if there's any announces progression of red something or other. Their myosin inhibitor shows encouraging action, etc., etc. Progression of redwood dash HCM. So there is news on this one. And this crazy one just resumed. GLSI just resumed again. No shorts available for this. Let's see if CYTK can get through 19. GME, I haven't looked at GME. I know it had earnings. Yeah, it's kind of flattened out a bit. Not that interesting to me right here. Oh, I see. It's an AI alert. AI did not do well at the beginning for these shorts. All right, AYTU. Did I look at this one before? No, there was another one that was just under 9 that I remember looking at. Well, William, I haven't really been following your posts, but I bet you've been shorting these tops like mad all day. Oh, long, CPE, long. Mostly long, really, okay. Meanwhile, AYTU just really, really moving down here. 23%. Yeah, I know what you're saying. DraftKings, $100 price target. I just don't, just way outside the price range I'm comfortable with. So there's the high looking left. It's 53.72 right there. So, it's got to get through that. If anybody has it mastered. Are you looking for a specific scan or just in general? Okay, so I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, so as far as MACD is concerned and RSI, I don't have anything specific for that, but maybe somebody else does. I don't use MACD at all, so I have nothing to help you there with. RSI, maybe, I don't know. I don't have an RSI scan as such, but others might. Ew, wow, CPE. Well, finally a big down day for it. All right, guys, I have to change my headset, so just give me a moment here. Okay, I'm back. Okay, Kagan, yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. Yeah, it's not there's no alert. I know what you're talking about. There is no alert like that. You can only filter for areas, but you cannot get an alert when it hits. So that's not going to help you. Yeah, I mean, he could use a top list and put a range in like that, and find stocks that are really near before they've actually crossed. Things like that, I suppose. But to get the actual cross of a specific RSI, no, as an alert. Look at the move here for 10 cent. Man, oh man, TME. Just straight up on the 15s. Straight up on the 5s. Almost straight up on the 2s. What a move. It's possible, Vicky. Of course, it may not be, it's possible, yes. What I was going to say, though, is that it not necessarily, it depends where the high of the day was. What if you had a big spike up and then it pulled back and now it's at that 58 RSI as an example? By the time it hit a new high, it may be way over that 58. But, yeah, I mean, I suppose there are sort of ways around it. I wouldn't mind having a top list though, and just sorting, on that range, and then you're going to see them that are very close, see how they're trading. That's what I would do, but I guess you can take your pick. Just a moment, please. I've lost my sound here. You guys can hear me, I'm sure, but why did that happen? Just a moment, please. Gotta disconnect something here. Okay. How about Veru? So Kagan, did you understand what we were talking about? If you use the RSI filter and say put a max of 60 and a min of say 58, I don't know how many you're going to get, but you will see stocks that are very, very close, okay? You know, with other filters involved, and then you can just click on them and see if it makes sense to you to trade them. You may not get very many, but you know, put a min of 58, a max of 60, and see what happens. Merrimack. Yeah, I mean it is having a great month. I mean, yeah, we've seen this one in back here. I mean, it's having a great month. It's a low float, 13 million in the float. So I'm going to flatten out of this trade. I'm going to just flatten it. Okay, show you how you can do that. So I'm out of the trade. Position 0. Flatten out of this trade. Flatten out of this trade. So I'm out of all these simulated trades right here. 2 were carryovers from yesterday. Well, there's V-Ray making another new high. V-Ray making another new high. Pretty choppy. I mean, look at this on the 2. Pulled all the way back down to 441. Just a moment, please. There goes V-Ray continuing here. 488 is the next high looking left on that monthly chart. Man, if it takes that out, it may not do it today. It may do it today, but if it does it tomorrow, look at the room it's got to 9 for the V-Ray. Yeah, they'll probably be surprised if they open it at noon Eastern time, but they might. Okay, so is there a way to change the gray header? So what gray header are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about this or this? No. Action Traders, if you're talking about this, there's no way to change it. No. Yeah, so if you're talking about that gray header, no, there's no way to change it. All right, guys, getting closer to my break time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So if you do want to head over there, and I'll actually be, yeah, I'm going to be a little tight about it. I actually have a meeting at 1 o'clock. I don't know how long it's going to go. So there is the YouTube feed. You don't have to go yet, but there is the YouTube feed. So at noon, when I'm taking my break, you can head over there. Okay, so there's not a way to do that, but I think this will solve your problem, Renee. And anybody else who has, say, multiple monitors. So this is what you do. So take your toolbar and put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay, and then arrange all your Trade Ideas windows as you want them on your main monitor and on your other monitors. I have other Trade Ideas windows and other monitors that I've got. Okay, so arrange them exactly the way you want them. Once you do that, and click on Tools, Options, Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts, and then check Open relative to main window. And then save it. And when you now save your work, always save your work, save to the cloud, you can save to your computer. When you file and exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Say yes. When you do that, then you come back to Trade Ideas, for each channel. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. This is just for your layout, of course. When you come back to Trade Ideas, then all your windows will be exactly where you want them on all your monitors. If you're talking about, you're talking about the channels here. Yeah, I mean, you cannot take them and move them all to another monitor. No, I see what you mean now. You have to create a layout. So we don't have like a container that you could just sort of, and then move them all over. No. Typically why people want to do this is, what I just explained is that you have multiple monitors and you have a layout that you use all the time. So, Ali, did you have a stop? When you say you lost a lot of money in EVGN, did you have a stop? You know, where you were going to get out so you don't lose a lot of money, just a manageable amount. Sounds like you may not have. Talking to somebody in the YouTube feed? If you have stops in place, you know, look, every trade is not going to work. So, you know, you have to have a stop. And then if you get stopped out, you get stopped out. You know, you just move on. And the stop should be based on a dollar amount that you're willing to lose on the trade, so that, you know, I don't see posts like I lost a lot of money. Probably the most important thing that you can, as a new trader, and it's hard, I get it, we all did it, we all have done it. You know, you just don't want to believe that anything you get into can drop so much. But it can, and it can wipe you out. So you've got to put a stop in, and you get out, and that's it. So what is this one doing? CELP. Oh, look at this. Man, oh man, there's some huge moves here. 34%, 4 million in the float. What do they do? So this is sort of in the energy sector, not sort of, in the energy sector. First alert happened at 3:01 here anyway. Oh, Sam, I don't know. You know, there were, you know, in those days I used to have like big month-long swing trades and things like that. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Maybe I've chosen just to eradicate it from my memory. It wasn't so much like single trades. It was cumulative, not wanting to have stops, or actually, to be honest, not really understanding the concept of stops. You know, we get so blinded by the fact that we think that you know, you're set up, and this is way before day trading for me anyway. I mean, this is, but even in the even in day trading, I mean, you know, there were two stages. First stage, not having a stop at all and getting beaten up. Second stage, having a stop and not obeying it. Now, no, I didn't get wiped out. You know, I wasn't wiped out, so that was the reason. But it's, you know, it's really just stubbornness, you know, when you just don't want to believe that something that went down is not going to come back. Well, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. How many? Not many, 21,000 shares. Okay, I'll just port them over to you, William. This has been a disappointment. This GMDA, I really thought that with this action it had after hours and then even pre-market, it would take out that high of 2 days ago. Just hasn't done it yet. Just a minute, please. Man, WTRH, I mean, I'm saying it was pretty choppy, but it is chopping up now. Might want to keep an eye on CYTK. It seems like it's wanting to base here a little bit. It's had the nice pullback. It is now there's a cross there, but let's see if it holds 1850 and then get some volume and pop it back up. Yeah, the 200-day moving average is above it. Yeah. You're talking CYTK probably, not CY, or maybe, are you talking CYTK or CYTH? There is a 200-day, it is above it. Yeah, as a potential swing trade, I mean, Cons had earnings on the 8th. I think the reaction was, where was it? Pre-market on the 8th, so actually it was here. So the earnings reaction wasn't great. It had been moving up ahead of time. So I mean, to me, it's got to take out about 15. If it takes out 15 at some point, I mean that'd be a nice swing for sure. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take off, so I'm going to put the announcement in. Okay, Chris, so can you hear me? So you were streaming in the room, right? You're streaming, so I can stop my stream now? You can start now. Start now. You have to start before I stop. Okay. So start now, and then I'll stop. Okay. And I'll let you know. So it might be about 1:20 or so. So you'll be in there for a while.
All right, everybody, I think I have the stream now. Let me know if you can hear me. And it's, free for all in here. Any questions, shoot them at me. I know I had someone in chat a little bit ago asking some questions about some risk management. So, doing it in the back tester and doing it in Brokerage Plus. So, free for all. Start throwing them at me, or I'll just bore you to death with my own talking. All right, so we'll move around the horn, take a look at what Holly's been doing today. Had a gap up and a move down today, so can wreak a little havoc with the AI. Got a mix of, let's see, five longs, four shorts. Shorts working real well here. Nice move, but a little whippy at the beginning. Nice move down afterwards, though. Solid on that. You can see a bear flag that formed here real quick before taking another leg down on that. Get my drawing tool here, give you an idea of what I'm looking at, what I'm describing. So here on the 15-minute chart, you can see the move down here. Drawing tool's giving me trouble. See that move down, and then another counter move back up and back down again. That close to a bear flag. A third candle would have really confirmed it. There we go. That's what I want. That looks better. So here, better drawing of it. You can see that move down. There's three consecutive bars down. You got two that come back up before rolling back over. Cybrick, how are you? Let's see what else we got from Holly today. So I was knocking on resistance, and just for fun, let's scroll in. And yeah, look at that. Resistance from yesterday. It gives us our move down. Let's see, YQ. What is YQ doing here? YQ. going to be a filter that was missed. I mean, it's not, nothing crazy in the relative volume. So, as far as momentum goes, you're at 1.6 right now. Um, what else do we got looking? You know, 200, 260%, 270% on the 1 minute right now. Again, nothing humming too crazy. 400 on the 15-minute volume. That's all right. That's decent. So I would look at. You're just gonna have to look at the filters on those scans and see what it's returning. Um, you can see that it took a big volume dip here at this time here. So it was all right there, and then you had to pick up here. But you had a big lull for 15, 30, 45, an hour. An hour really down on the volume. Really an hour and a half below where it had been the rest of the day. Scanning some things that I'm holding here the last few days. Holding well in the down market. Let's see. We got downward dog here. What is downward dog looking at? Solid gap down there. That'd have been a tough one to get because of the down tick rule, or the uptick rule, excuse me. You'd have to have really worked that one. Big gap down here, and you're looking at already down 19%. So probably gap down over 10%, and a nice range break here. Looking for another leg down, and you can see, we were in that range there as it starts to move down on you. And if you look here on the daily, somewhere around here, next stop down, and then you got all the way down to the swing exit after that. I mean, that'd be a dream, of course, if you were in it. No questions? Nobody has any questions at all? You guys are stuck with me for a long time. Barry's gonna be gone. Just keep scanning through. Cat M. Interesting. Now, usually, you see these two here with gaps, big gaps, and the AI usually doesn't do well with big gaps. It wasn't a massive gap this morning on the SPY, which does wreak more havoc than anything else, but interesting to see two of the top three with a big gap and doing well. CPL diagnosis. Let's take a look. I will disclaimer that I am a swing trader. Not that I haven't day traded, but it's not my cup of tea, and I don't do stocks under $5 in general. Really, I don't like stocks under 7. However, we always take a look, see what the chart says, and I just always note that stocks under, I'll say $1 to $5 trade different than 5 to 10. 10 to 15 is different, as you move up in the price, people's mentalities about the stocks change, how fast they will move on out of them. But let's see, computer system designs. It's actually a sector I've kind of been a cheerleader of for quite some time. If I was doing my regular kind of, would I be looking at this scan? I'm looking at that base there. I'm built on a base. You'd like to see this base hold here. If that base holds there, maybe a nice move from there. Something for fun to look at. Again, I don't know how much this matters as far as thanks, Mike. See, I know a gifted trader, making my way in the world of it like anybody else. When I've been doing it for a living for over 10 years, then maybe I'll move into that realm. So, but what I like to do here is, I don't have it on my daily chart right now, but gonna add the RSI indicator let's add that 14 period, which is standard. Close that. And so one thing that I have been doing recently is watching a divergence with the RSI and the price action. So let's get this expanded a little bit since we're looking at a daily chart. Give us a lot to look at. And you can see you have a big RSI divergence happening right now as we speak on the daily. Now it's a whippy stock. It's a dollar, $3 stock. So, but you can see that RSI divergence there. Big gap up, and that moved down. So, you know, a gamble of a stock. And take a look at some other insiders. No insider information. Out of China, so who knows what you can believe. $4 million in the float, so obviously that thing can turn on a dime. The other thing that I'll note for this stock, that's something that I've noted with other stocks I've tried to trade like this in the past. In general, you have a lot of gap ups and give ups, as you can see. There's some here, there, there. Those are gap ups, and they held some of the gap, but every one of them has a tall topping tail. So it seems to be that, when it makes a move, a lot of supply up there being handed back to the demand on every single one of those. And so it seems to be a theme for months and months and months, going right back to the beginning of this year. I mean, there's another, there's another, there's another, there's another, and today there's another, and today one more. So, I mean, those are the patterns that I see right there. Seems to be something that, for whatever reason, buyers are packing in either the day or night before and in the pre-market, and they're selling it near or on the open is my guess. Let's take a look at what the daily chart did here. And there you go. Made that gap up, traded up, and gave it right back up, all in the first 30 minutes. And let's bring up, I don't look at pre-market almost ever, but let's look at it for fun. And not really showing me anything on the pre-market here. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that one there. Mr. B, all right. So you were in the chat earlier. Good to see you as well. Asking about that whole risk management thing. So let's first do it in the back tester. All right. So if we open up the back tester and we go to risk management, we can use dollars, and so enable, and we're looking at a stop loss of $20 there. It's that simple. All right. When we simulate the buy, and hopefully this runs kind of quickly. There had been some server issues from people earlier in the week with the back tester, but it seemed to be isolated to the East Coast for some reason, but it gives me no returns. Interesting. Why are we not getting a return? Oh, you're welcome, Mark. No advanced. What am I doing wrong? We'll let that run and see what that does. And so this will cover, I'll show you where you can adjust the shares. Hopefully this runs correct this time. There we go. Okay, so here's the share size, if you can see that there. I don't know what I'm putting in wrong that that back tester's not running on that stop loss of $20, but there's your share size, okay? And so you can adjust that there, and just a real simple adjust. So you were asking me earlier, I think 50 shares. So just put your 50, press enter, and now it's made the adjustment right here and also on the equity curve. Something I'd like to note that Michael has shown me in the back tester, it can be easy to manipulate a strategy and get this kind of equity curve, but a lot of that curve can come from 1 or 2 days. This is where the secret sauce comes in for the back tester. You want to see this on the daily, and this is decent on the daily, not great. That's a swing scan I'm working on. But you want to see that, you know, you want to see less red, obviously, more green, but you want to see multiple green days like what you're seeing here with these big days, and obviously eliminating the bigger red days. So um, it's real easy, like I said, to manipulate and get the overall summary on the equity curve looking good. This is the tough part on the back tester. Okay, so that covers that on the back tester side of things for you. Now, on the Brokerage Plus side of things, if we go to the strategies, take any of the strategies, right click, and we come to Edit Trading Strategy, we're going to come to the order details, and this is where you're going to put your fixed share size. So you'd be putting 50 in, and then you bring it to your risk management, and we're going to set it here. So you see the stop loss, the filter is going to be dollars, and that's what you're going to do right there. That, I know you put the 20 in solid like that if $20 is your stop loss, and that's how that would work. And you click OK, and it will save that in there. And then when you're running it, you know, just anything that you do, make sure you run it in a simulator before you go live with it, and, you know, work out any of the gremlins in the systems. I think what I was running to with the issue with the backtester before is that does it per $20 per share in that sense in Brokerage Plus, where in the backtester here it's excuse me, $20 per trade, and this is doing $20 per share, and that's why that's giving me a hard time in the backtester. So I'm not sure if you can do it a solid $20 stop like that in the backtester. Just want to see what we do when we run that like that. Generally, when I do a back testing on a scan, if I'm putting in a stop loss, I use, I'll say somewhere in between 2.5% and 4%. So yeah, it was just me putting in $20 like that. Is It's a ridiculous stop, so it wouldn't work. The way that the back tester calculates it, and by share, not by actual trade size. So there must be more questions from somebody out there. Share some. Till then, I guess I'll share some of what I've got going on personally here. Um, I took a position in Kron yesterday at 862. A little bit against some of what I like. However, I liked the run up that it had made, and I'm really just looking at this level up there, somewhere around the 690 level or so. Excuse me, 890 level or so. Um, feel like that there'll be enough supply up there that it'll absorb that demand from me. And so I took a position there based on this cup, that move there. We held this gap from there. We've held this gap in here. It filled, held, moved up. So that was something that I did yesterday. What else did I do yesterday? This one, I have seller's remorse here. It made a really solid move yesterday. I wasn't paying attention. I had walked away for a little bit and went right against me here for the rest of the day. No real danger in the position, but I should have probably shed some of that up here, but I didn't, and that's the way it is. So, but again, looking at that daily, everything that I like in a daily, that's why I did it. You know, I had a base, a base, a base, a base, and then we started to pull back down a little bit there, and so that's what I'm looking for there. And if we go back in time on it, there's not anything else really standing in the way. I don't know if this had been a symbol change or what, because it's telling me, 17 below its lifetime high. However, there's nowhere further back for me to go. So as far as the chart's concerned, close to blue sky. The other thing that I really liked about this one here is that short flow to 33%. So if we start to move back up again, those shorts will have to do some covering. Hi Chris, can you help me with an ETF sector T list? Mentioned on Monday. Yeah, I have actually a video that I will share with you that I did for doing this. And if you, Sandy, send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, info@trade-ideas.com, and attention me for a sector list, I'll give you my symbols list for that. I can't share it in this because it'll come out all jumbled, but here, send the email here. So send an email there asking for my actual symbols list for the sectors. Mine's a little more in depth than some of the other guys do. And I'm going to find this video for you and share that with you on how to. And this video will apply to anybody that wants to make any kind of a symbols list and point it at any kind of scan. It doesn't just have to be for sectors. For example, I create a list, that's I call my short list, if you will, not meaning I'm shorting the stocks, but a short list of stocks that I'm looking at actually to narrow down all the noise. And I think it's a really great way to trade. So you're not getting analysis paralysis. You got 20 charts, 20 charts and 20 scans. It's tough to look at all that kind of information. So, and this is the video for anybody that likes to take a look. So that video should get you there. Let me make sure that I did that right. Yep, that's the video. And that'll point you at, for anybody that wants to make a sector list or any other kind of list, that you have pointed at a top list, an alert window. And that's essentially how Barry does his watch list, is he creates a symbols list and he takes the alert window and he's configured the alert window to, one, have a certain set of filters, and B, only look at the stocks on that list. And that's how he narrows down everything that he's doing. And so I do it with my liked list here, real easy. This way I can, click the my liked. And the other thing that I like about doing with my liked is I can see here by going to the heart that I like this symbol on November 17th at 9:17 a.m. Eastern. And so if we go back to November 17th, what was the stock doing then? It's made a pretty good move since I liked it, from around $5 or so, well, $6 or so. Nice percentage move over those days. And that's kind of how I do it. Yeah, one more that I went into yesterday. So same thing. History repeats itself. Had this run up here, but we came back down and tested this level, and we've moved off it again. And so wedging there, and I am, I'm looking to sell something around that level there. If it gets there, hold on to the rest for that level if it gets there. If not, I have my plan. If it moves down, and I will gracefully lick my wounds and exit if that is the case. A little bit of a whiffy stock. It's stayed fairly spready, but I spent a solid 10 minutes or so working that spread yesterday to get the fill that I was looking for. So, it's, part of the trading that's, can't be accounted for in any kind of back test or anything like that. When you got a stock that you're really interested in and you got that 10-15 cent spread and you just refuse to give in going at market, put the bid in, take the bid out, put the bid in, take the bid out, put the bid in, take the bid out. And doesn't guarantee you anything, but, I was determined to get the fill that I wanted, and I was not going to give in and give them that market price or give them a higher fill than what I thought that price was worth. So, these are things that you have to do trading. And if anybody's curious what I'm talking about, I can give you an example here on Thinkorswim. I'll bring over my thing here. So essentially what I did is on the ladder here, you can see the bid and the ask here. So on the ladder, I had made what my quantity was going to be that I wanted to buy, and I kept going in at the bid. I'd put in an order for the bid. I'd wait, 10-15 seconds, take it out. Put in an order for the bid, wait 10-15 seconds, take it out, and I just kept going in and out, in and out, in and out until eventually they filled me. A lot of patience to do that though. These are the little things that had to lick my wounds growing up trading. That there isn't a lot of people to show you these things, unfortunately, out there, and the ones that are willing to show it at a really hefty price, unfortunately. I mean, 65. Yeah, I guess we can move on to a chart request or anything like that. Otherwise, I'll continue zipping through the AI here, and blabbing away, filling time, boring you guys to death. Yeah, that's all I use, Stan. Um, I consider myself a simple trader, let's call it. I don't like to overcomplicate anything. Um, bring TOS back over. I'll go through just more or less. I'm considering switching things up with charts and using TOS charts for a specific time frame. I was reading into some stuff that Brian Shannon's been talking about, and always looking to implement something new, see how it works. But that's all I use here on the TOS. I've got time and sales over here. There's your bid and ask. News is down here, and that's how much I pay attention to news. Give it that much space. And then you can see the ladder here. Now, something I'll point out for anybody that's a TOS user, that ladder is a lot of nonsense. You can watch as you put an order in how fast whatever algo or whoever's running things on there starts to adjust things based on the order that you put in, and you can see it immediately, and there's not a human being on earth that can make the adjustments that quick. So don't pay don't overthink what you're seeing on the bid and the ask on this ladder here. The only other thing that I do is, when I'm watching the futures, I bring it over to this. Just simple stuff, watching, the YM, NQ, and ES. I don't pay attention to QM at all. It doesn't really bear a whole lot to me. I know that the IWMs have been making their moves recently, but and that's really it. I mean, you have all your other stuff up here. Um, your charts if you're someone's interested in a lot of studies, like anybody else. Obviously, more than what we do for studies, as we're a scanning platform, not a charting platform. But you can link all this with trade ideas. Just Thinkorswim is a little more finicky, let's call it. So I have done a video on that if someone needs that. That goes over specifically TOS, but it'll apply to linking anything. I'm linked in Brokerage Plus to Thinkorswim, but there are, still bugs. I'm taking video, sending them over to the developers, and they do their thing on the other end to try to figure out what's going on and how we get those resolved and get this out to production to you guys. So, it's actively being worked on. It's not like we're discussing doing it or having to talk to TD Ameritrade. We have the API link. Now it's just a matter of zoning in on how that link exactly works. So just to show you a bug here, there's actually an order in here that I had put in as a test, and it won't go away. That order no longer exists. Yeah, I got that video for you. Let me dig that up. The one thing I will note for you in this video that it does not cover is you cannot have overlapping windows. If you have overlapping windows, it steals the focus, because essentially all this is doing is copy and pasting the symbol from trade ideas to the order entry window or the chart window, however you want to call it. That's that video for you. So just make sure that there's no overlapping windows anywhere when you're doing this. Like, see, I have an overlapping window here. That can affect the linking, especially with TOS. That'll get you what you're looking for. And Sandy, the did that link work for the ETF video there for you? Did you happen to click it? Because it just looks funny here in my chat screen, and I don't know if it came out the way it was supposed to or not. Yeah, that seems like I put the ETF video in there twice. Sorry about that. Let me try this again for the Thinkorswim linking. All right, that's the Thinkorswim link for sure now. There we go. So, and like I said, that'll carry over to whatever broker you're using. It'll help you if you want to externally link to Trader Workstation or let's see what else is up here on the tools for external linking, just to give us an idea. And NinjaTrader, eSignal, any of these guys in here. Essentially, it'll work as long as there is an entry box. What I mean by entry box is this here. This box right there, that kind of box. As long as you have that, it's just a copy and paste. Really simple. Excellent. Excellent, Sandy. Good to hear. And like I said, shoot me over an email at the info at Trade Ideas email address, and I will. I'll copy and paste that list over to you. Oh, sorry, Mixie, I didn't see that. Besides inverted head and shoulders, cup handle, long-term candlestick. What other candlestick patterns have you found? Experience profits with this for the long side. Um, on the daily, that's really kind of it that I really stick to, Mike C. Um, I've been looking more at wedges and kind of flags happening. I'm a little more cautious on those. Some of the stuff that I was reading, like I said, I derived a lot of what I'm doing over the last year or so from William J. O'Neill's book, and he talks about how while those flags and wedges, have nice setups that can have great results, they're also more faulty than those cup and handle patterns. So that's why I don't use them quite as much, but I certainly pay heed to them, that's for sure. The one thing that I have been the one thing that I have been paying a lot more attention to is that RSI divergence that I was talking about earlier in one of the smaller price stocks. It was something that Michael Noss had pointed out a couple of weeks ago now, and I just pay mind to it. I don't know how much I'm gonna let it influence. Another thing that I pay less attention to now is volume. I pay a lot less attention to volume than I used to. Iris, how are you? Put up a TOS link of my trading screen. I'm not sure what you mean by a TOS link of my trading screen, Stan. Everything's sitting right in between all my price alerts. Oh, share workspace link. I have no idea how to do that. Let's see if we go into setup. Share workspace. There we go. Let's see. How do I do this in this layout? Learn something new every day. There. See if that helps you out there. And here's something for everybody if they like. Oops, wrong thing. So the last time I was in here was actually last week for Michael, who was taking a CMT exam today. He was supposed to take it last week. They was an error in loading his chart, so he couldn't take it. So he's taking it again today. That's why I'm filling in, and I was sharing a swing scan that I've been working on. I made some updates to it. However, I'm not thrilled with all the updates. However, I'll just share my progress, and for those of you that had the original scan, if you like to take a look and compare. Oops. And if I can find the scan somewhere in here, there we go. That did not go at all like I wanted it to. There you go. It's something I'm working on. The idea behind it is find things that are kind of coming out of a cup and handle. Um, the idea is it comes out of it and does start to break away from that pattern over a couple day hold is the idea behind it. So anybody that's interested, take that scan, take a look at it. I added a whole bunch of filters to it. Some I'm happy with, some I'm not. Be one of these nights again back to the drawing board. It'd be much easier when all these holidays are behind us and I'm not homeschooling on top of doing this. But I added, let's see, a lot of filters in this one. I believe I added some moving average filters. Yeah, a change in the 10-day SMA and a change in the 200-day SMA. I think we're going to pull that 10-day out. It's not really, it didn't do what I wanted it to, and it actually took away some of the profit factor from that originally. And this is the thing that you get in that rabbit hole with back testing, essentially. Yeah, I posted it right above Iris. But Some people get frustrated with the back tester, some people get addicted. I'm addicted to the back tester. That's for sure. I am very addicted to it. I got my positions getting beaten up by the market here now. Suppose we were due for a pullback. Is that seems right now? Pull a SPY up here and look at it on the day here. It's sitting right near at all-time highs. If you can even call that a pullback. A third of a percent essentially. So, no bearish case to be made. There's a lot of bearish cases to be made, but not on the charts, that's for sure. Put it back to 15. You can see here, I like the 8 EMA, and you just watch it every time. Once we got below that 8 EMA, anytime it gets here, you can see it just pushing it down, pushing it down. The other thing I'd note here is on that 8 EMA, it's widening its gap on the 20 SMA, and that just shows momentum to the downside for the day. So, maybe the markets get a shower here. Take a look around the horn here on my liked list. It was heavy green this morning for about the first hour or so, and now not so heavy green. And the downside, it's not terribly red. Maybe some things coming off. It doesn't take you off the list yet. Yeah, even with the down day, doesn't look like I'll be taking anything off this list tonight. That might be coming off. Starting to bend a little bit. Did you see the link above? Yes, Iris, for that scan for the updated version. I won't call it a finished version, just an updated version. So the stock I almost pulled off last night and decided to hold it on, and well, still holding in there. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Let's see what else we have here. Some old scans, if any of them still exist. Something anybody might find of interest. Nope. Still have stuff in here from my first days of trade ideas. Obviously, those cloud links no longer exist for whatever reason. I don't use fibs, but this is something that Andy actually created and shared with me. I'll pass it along to you guys if anybody does like Fibonacci's. What it does, I have no idea. There you go. few strategies in there. It's a multi, so all retracements here, different levels. Take a look at the top ones, configure. So new filtered low, got to be at least $5. Looks like a 10-day volume of 500,000. 20-day position and range, no more than 5% above that. And the year range, there you go, 61.5. I've been told it's a decent scan for people that like Fibonacci's. I will be starting to embark on all these other kinds of patterns, strategies sometime in the near future. As like Michael, I plan to try to get CMT certified. It's not an easy task. I've seen some of the stuff that he's got to do on his test, and that's some tough questions. A lot of information, stuff that I've never even heard of or seen before. So, but I think it's very worthwhile to do if you can get it done. Very time consuming to become a CMT. Well, Holly's been silent since this morning. Last entry shortly before I came in here. Did not work out too well here. Came, tagged her out. Of course, kind of see a direct correlation here with this and that right there. So, market not cooperating. Under Armour continues to show strength. Yes, retail stores being able to stay open, and talk about that RSI divergence or convergence. We're moving up. So is the RSI. So we can see that there. And you can see it right here. Took a dip. Took a dip. Simple little things to look at in the charts, especially when you're scanning at night. I think it's really helpful that, people who scan at night, you can keep a short list, whether it's your like symbols or whatever you want to call it for symbols list that you're monitoring like that. Again, having, I think, less windows can be really beneficial to somebody, especially when you're not sure what direction you're moving or not sure what kind of trader you're exactly trying to be. So I know that helped me a lot, and I found that the less windows I have up during the day, the more productive I become. The other thing I like to really note, especially when I'm scanning through the night, is what sector keeps appearing over and over and over again. Last year at this time, I had a lot of computer design was coming through. Let's say in my evening scan, there's 30 or 40 symbols. 15 of them were computer design. That's a high percentage when you're breaking it across so many different sectors. So, pay attention to those things. I had, previously, last few times I'd been around here, I'd talked about how bearish I had been on oil, energy in general, but oil services, they just continue to come through on that scan. So, well, I'm going to listen to what the charts are telling me, and I haven't dove into anything, but previously, if I saw it, I just passed right by it, didn't pay attention to the chart. Now I'm paying attention to those charts. So, let the price speak to you. Let the chart speak to you. Don't follow the narrative in the news or anything else like that. I think the one of the best piece of advice I was given was actually given to me by Steve. I was asking him for a bunch of information on chart requests that I'd made one time, and his response to me was, "What do you see?" I said, "I don't know." And he said, "Well, I guess that's where you need to start, is finding out what you see, figuring out what you see on the chart." And I've kind of applied that to not just that, but anything in life and anything to do with this kind of price thing here, price action, if you will. What do I see? Not just what does the chart tell me, but the culmination of the chart between the buyers and the sellers. You guys are awfully silent out there. You're stuck with me till at least 120 when Barry gets back. I suppose the next time I do this, I'll have to come with some preloaded content. Well, a couple little tools and tips maybe some of you aren't aware of. So I know that sometimes you want to open a new chart, and you open a new chart and it just comes out whatever, and you got to add the new indicators or anything like that. So a lot of the things in here can be saved as a default. So for example, anytime I open a chart, it actually opens like you see here, this daily chart now. So if you right click the chart, go to save as default and click that, now that'll be your default every time you open. So watch, if I go to new chart, where's chart window, boom, open on another window, but here, that's a new chart I just opened, and same thing. So you can see it here. I believe that might have been a symbol that I was looking at when I did that, and so that's why it opened to that symbol. But when we first started, I didn't have this RSI there on that chart. Now I do. So that same concept applies with the AI trades window here. So once again, right click, save as default, and so anytime you open a new Holly, that'll do the same thing. How to trade IPOs at the open? I don't have any tips for it. I don't go near IPOs at the open. I mean, I watch them, but not my cup of tea. Wildly volatile. It's sheer day trading, which I've really more or less moved away from. Uh-oh. Piano. Oh, all my charts are breaking. Nowhere near my stop losses, but ugly to look at after being up. What was the question here? When I change a layout and then save to the cloud, I don't get save as. So I save the entire layout. Doesn't override. Is there two copies? Or is there a way to avoid that? So, all right, what? Save the cloud. There's two different save options though. There's save or share to the cloud, and then there's save layout. So if you're going save or share to the cloud and you click that, you want to click this entire layout button and then save it. Is that maybe what you're looking at there, Renee? You do that, and then what's happening? You're still getting duplicates of the layout? Are you, when you do that, save share, entire layout, are you making sure that this clear previous layout is checked? Make sure that's checked if you want. It'll get rid of the other layout. Huh. fun. Load from cloud. Just see what happens here. Whoops. Too many charts, too many charts. And that is a function of the pin. There we go. And try that again. And so what I just did there, that's not what's happening when you go back in. It doesn't just load the layout like we just did here. I have a layout. My layout saved to cloud. Then make a change. There is no save as. No, I mean there won't be a save as in the cloud. You can um, save here. Do that as well. That's how I actually save my layout to the local. I keep a backup in the cloud too. Um, but it doesn't override the existing. So like when you go to load it again from the new save, does it try to load both of them? Well, all it's going to do is when you save your layout like that to the cloud and save the entire layout, when you start up Trade Ideas, it should load that last saved layout, and it's not going to delete the old layout. It'll still be in your cloud. Try to try to save it both to the cloud and then save it locally as well, and see if that gets you what you're looking for. I've kind of run the same layout for so long, um, for when I start up, anyways. I make so few changes now. And I'm trying to think of. I know I'm missing something here in what you're telling me. Because what happens is like when you come here to save share to the cloud, see it has every single item that's here, it's listed. And you can check each individual item one by one. But by clicking entire layout, it puts a check next to each one of those boxes. That's what's going on. And then once you click the save, and start from scratch, it'll erase. So like for example, let's say there's just only two windows I didn't want, and I click entire layout, and I said, well, I don't want the channel bar, and I don't want whatever this is here. I can omit those by unchecking those. Once you click the save, that's it. That should be it. That should be the layout, and that should be what loads for you. Yeah, it'll create a new layout, but it won't erase the old layouts. Default is layout. That's here. The default is here in load layout. That's going to be here, default layout. That's what will load for you. So you're going to want to save it to there. Save it to your local drive because that's where it's going to open it from. No, I understand what you're saying that when you've saved it to the cloud, but when you go to like for example, when you start TI, it's going to load it from that default. Whatever default is saved as, that's where your original load is coming from. We don't really have a support line. All of us work from home. We've never had an actual office, so we all work from our own personal cell phones or house phones or whatever. And the issue that we run into that is the few times that we've ever done that, been gracious enough to do that, we end up with phone calls at 2 o'clock in the morning from people asking us about stocks. Can you show us how to do a compare? If it's something that's within TI here, CK, we can take a look at the filters that you're asking for. As far as anything in TD with that stuff goes, I have no idea. I don't look at any kind of PE ratio, growth ratio, any of that stuff like that. So if we come to new alert, go to PE. That's whoops. Compare versus contrast. So, I mean, you have the PEG ratio here that you can add as a filter. Oh, Renee, are you trying to save the changes in a channel, Renee? Is that what you're looking to do? So I'm still racking my brain. I want to get you squared away here on this. So yeah, CK, I would, you know how to go into the configure of a scan, right? All right, so yeah, I mean, I would come into configure of any of the scans. Oops, not history, configure, and oops, PEG. And so you got this PEG ratio here, and then you can add that filter, and I would start there, and then let's see, and then you have these different growth here, and those are the directions I would point you at as far as that goes. Oh, when I load a layout, there's a way to make it look the same across all channels. For example, the pre-market chart. Okay, looks like I guess Barry's back already. So that's gonna wrap it up for me. Yeah, you're welcome, CK. Um, Hopefully Barry might be able to give you a clearer answer that you're looking for here, Renee, on that. Maybe I'm just a little lost on what you're trying to explain to me. He's better at this than me, though. So let me let him know. And thanks, everybody. I'll make sure next time I come with a little more pre-done content that we'll work through and gives a little less dead air time.
Hey guys, I don't know. I think I'm back in the YouTube feed. Renee, I think I can help you. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I can help. Well, I don't know if I can help you, but I can explain. You're right. When you say things to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite. It doesn't overwrite your previous. It basically timestamps it. If you want to overwrite, then you have to save it to your to your computer. Okay, But I don't think it's not going to be the answer you want. Okay, when you save to the cloud, you're absolutely right. Save or share to cloud, it timestamps it. So the entire layout, give it a name, save it, and just like everything here, let me just show you. If I load from cloud, see I have, like I'm trying to see, I got biggest pullback on winners as an example. This is the same one, so it timestamps it, so I do know what the latest one is. If you want to overwrite, you have to save to your computer. Okay, so if you file and then save layout, then it'll overwrite. The minute you type in, the whatever layout name you've given, it'll say this already exists. Do you want to overwrite it? Just like most programs. But saving to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite it. So, that's probably not the answer you want, but that's just the way it is. Now, I haven't had a big issue with that. It's just a matter of, for me, it's a bit of a pain. So when you say, can you point your channel to the local version? Well, again, if you say, so when you say your channel, you talk about like your layout? Maybe this might be just semantics. I mean, this is my layout that you see here. I don't call it a channel. This is just my layout. Okay, so have you done this then? So you've got some channels that you created up here. Name them. You went through this exercise of edit channels. Okay, yeah. So you went through this exercise, edit channel, add a channel. You browsed, you have your layout, and then you added it. Is that what you mean? You see, this is where I think, I don't have a default channel. Okay, yes, okay. So I don't have a default channel. I give it another name, so I never call it the default channel. But so you have some channels that you created and they're up here. So when you click on it, it loads a layout, right? Is that what this is all about? So you might have several channels and you've given them different names. Okay. So let me ask you this, Renee. Why are you channel surfing so much? Is there any particular reason? There's nothing wrong with it. But as you know, every time you load a channel or a layout, something from the channel bar, it replaces the layout that you've got. You can only have the one layout loaded at a time. So is there a reason why you're doing that? Or is there maybe a better way to do this? Perhaps create a layout that you will kind of always want to look at. Like I've got a layout here. I never use the channel bar. Okay, I have a layout that I've created. You see what, like you can see on the shared monitor. I have some other windows on my other monitors. That's the layout I use every single day. Now, if I wanted to, and I could go into the channel bar. And now I don't want to get into why I can see my layout. It's called pinning, but pinning for whatever reason gets people into a lot of trouble, so I don't ever want to talk about it. Okay. But what I think you might want to start doing is going into the individual channels and extracting windows. So for instance, if you went into, okay, so you did do that. You did take windows from the other channels, save them to the cloud, and then you brought them back one at a time, and then you saved that as your layout. Okay. Well, for one thing, you don't have to load it. It's nice, I suppose, to have your channel named up here, I guess. I never do that. I always just load it from here, file, load, load from cloud. If I wanted another layout, because I've got all my layouts named, I would just, I would go to my layouts. Here they are. I would highlight it and then load it. So I don't do it from the channel bar. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but then when you do that, the layout will appear exactly the way you want it to. Okay. Now, so that makes sense. But you've done very, very good in that if you have gone through the individual channels, taken windows out, save them to the cloud, then start off with a blank slate, close all your windows, and then file, load from cloud, and you've brought them back one at a time, then I would give it another name. I would call it Renee's channel. Never mind default channel. I would call it Renee's layout. And then that's your layout that you'll use virtually every single day. Now, that doesn't mean that, from time to time, you can go in and, like I do. If I file load from cloud, I have got every single scan that I have created for many, many years, okay? They're all in here. So every now and then, even though I've got a layout that I use on a daily basis, every now and then, I'll say, I wonder how this one's doing, this scan's doing that I'm not using right now. I'll take a look at it and I'll think, that's not bad. And so maybe I'll add it to my layout that I've currently got. I'll just bring that once it's on the screen, then I just save my layout. Maybe I get rid of something that I don't think is working as well. That to me is maybe a more efficient way to do things. However, I'm not sure why. Just because if you do load these from here, I'm not sure why the layout doesn't show up exactly the way you want it to do. But does that all kind of make sense anyway? I mean, again, I'm not saying you shouldn't. Typically, people who use the layouts in the channel bar are not. Maybe they're new users, okay, and that's excellent. I mean, you want to see all the different channels, all the different themes. Take a look at the individual windows. Maybe again, like you did, extract windows that might look interesting to you, and then you create your own layout. Okay, all right. CK, I have no idea. I really have no idea. Chris was in the room, and I know he's been testing with a TDA account. I honestly don't know when we'll actually be able to use it. I have to make darn sure there are no bugs. So I hate to say, by the end of the year, the first quarter of or in January, I really don't know. Yeah, believe me, the question is asked every Tuesday and Thursday during our marketing meeting, CK. Okay, but there's no point in my even trying to guess when that's going to happen. It's advancing. That's about the best I say. The change in the window is saved. Yes, Renee, it is saved. You don't have to save the individual window. However, I always save individual windows also. Okay? Just in case, you know, if at some point I want to get rid of that window from my layout for whatever reason and add another one, and then sometime down the road I want to bring that window back, I want to have it saved. All right? So I always, I would get into the habit of saving individual windows to the cloud, even if you make a change. You don't have to, but I would get into that habit. What you see now, I've got my watch list and I've got the basic new highs and lows. Try to keep it very, very simple. Boy, this one is taking a header. Look at haymaker. It's taking a haymaker. Look at this. This is really, and it's boy, there's the low too. It's right at the low, 902. Another one of these SPACs. Yeah, so Rodax, I mean, what works today, maybe a month from now, is not working as well as you thought or used to work. So yeah, nothing wrong with experimenting, bringing something back that used to work. That's why I never get rid of any scan. It's always fun to see. Oh, I wonder how this one is working now. But this is why it's called the basic new highs and lows. The basic new highs and lows is so basic, but it'll certainly give me ideas all day long. Yeah, it's actually Occam, OCCM, I think, not how you spelled it, but that's okay. I think that's what it is. Occam's razor, yes. What was the news on GLC or GLSI? I'm not even sure if there was news. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any news. I mean, this was just a crazy one. Well, I guess it's crazy today, right now. I mean, it's these are insane. I mean, why? I mean, 1.5 million in the float for a $42 stock. I mean, that's just crazy. I know, and it's the allure is to, well, I'm just going to take it because it's going to 100, and it could, but a stock that goes from 26 to 45 in 15 minutes. I think this could be a Robin Hooder. And look at all the halts on it. All right, what did DoorDash do? What did it end up doing? Unbelievable. I think this is about triple the valuation they thought they were going to get in June. I think. Oh, now here's another Gores, guys. Gores. This is what I was looking for. Shoot. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar, so this is a guy. This is I don't know what his name is. I don't know what his first name is, but Gores Holdings. So he's the one that did Laser, and we all know what Laser did. This was Gores Metropolis, and it turned into Laser. And I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen with GHIV, but you know, I mean, people will follow the money. You know, they're always saying, okay, what's his next one? What is the next one? Kind of my theory with the IPOC. I'm not saying to chase this or anything like this, but now this one becomes very, very interesting. What details window are you talking about, A2? You talking about this? The single stock window? Well, you have to add it. I don't have it here. That's all. Do you have it? I mean, if it's not showing, I can't tell you why on a certain stock you're not seeing a smart stop, but I don't have it here. When you say you can see it, are you talking about the field itself, or are you talking about sometimes it's blank? So you see smart stop, but there's no value. Is that what you mean? No. What do you mean then? You're talking about actually not seeing smart stop as a field, as a. These are just filters, right? No, you're not talking about in the single stock window. You're talking about on the chart. Yeah, well, sometimes the smart stop may be out of the like depends on the time frame you're looking at. It might be that it's below, you just can't see it. Okay, well, there's never a line up here. I don't know what you're talking about then. Top right of my screen, this is a single stock window. There's never a line. Here's the line, the little dotted line for the smart stop on a chart. This is just a value. It's not a line. All right, let me do this. Let me do this. Oops. All right, smart stop. Show the column. It'll show it right, should show it right down here. Okay, there it is. Okay, so I'll see it all the time now. So I don't quite know what you're talking about. I'll see it all the time. It's a column I added, so I'll see it all the time. Yeah, so Mike, I mean, I'm using a lot of different scanners. I mean, I'm using trend reversals. I have about 10 different scanners that I'm using, Mike. I don't want to say proprietary, but I mean they're. And even if I showed you the scanners, the whole trick for me is okay. I have a stock and a scanner. Clicking on it, what do I think I see? In terms of a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart. Oh, Stitch Fix. Well, I don't know. I mean, if it doesn't hold here, it looks like this is going down. Look at the market too. I mean, this is only going to be propped up so much if the market keeps doing this. I don't know if there's specific news for Stitch Fix for SFIX. So Q121. So I guess what they're doing. So this was okay. So December 27th. December 7th. So they released earnings after hours. Looks like so the reaction was yesterday. Really, the reaction was yesterday, and now this is just kind of a continuation off earnings. But I'd be a little leery right now of this market if it doesn't hold this. 55.43. This could really start to tumble. Meanwhile, GOVX. When was the first alert? Look at that, 385. Okay, it's only 4. I thought it was $5. So 385 right here. The volume had to pick up for me to see this. Boy, look at this market, guys. This is getting a little bit dicey here. And GOVX is shortable too. Whoa. It's extended, but at what point? Well, hallelujah. I did one. I did one. William. Scalped out of it. Holding a little bit just in case. I'm talking about the GOVX. I got in earlier than you, actually. So I'm all out of it now. Now I'm going to wait for another 4 break. All right. Oh, this could really tumble though if it. I'm going to reset my alert now. 392. All right, now will this really, really hold here? Now, I guess a smart thing might be to wait for a break on the 2-minute chart right here, or the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. You see how that 8 EMA is starting to rapidly rise here. All right, so looks like these SPACs are being hit. My IPOC is definitely getting hit here. Excuse me. I'll make a determination if I want to hold it. Yeah, the SPACs are being, looks like they're all being hit here. Not all, shouldn't say all. Oh boy, this one is looking really interesting now. A couple of little topping tails on the 5-minute chart, so on the 15-minute chart. I might just reshort this if it gets down to about 393 or so. Yeah, look at this. Look at the SPACs, guys. They're all kind of doing the same thing. Oh, I don't know. I have not heard that regarding Robinhood. Not heard that. All right. Well, this one does not want to give up yet. GeoVX. Somebody has to create a SPAC ETF. I don't think there's one yet. Yeah, you don't have to have them all. I mean, they could have, even if they had about 40 of them, 30 or 40 of them in there. Well, GeoVX doesn't care. I don't know what's going on with them, but it doesn't care. Research and development, what do they do? Clinical, so it is a bio in Georgia. Yeah, meanwhile, good for you, Rodax Hair in the YouTube feed. SLS on the way up. Low float, 8.9 million in the float. This has a lot of room. Oh, that's right. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. So look at it. I forgot about this. Just the volume usually is not that great. But you can see what's happened right there. I mean, look at most of the SPACs are going to look just like this. It just doesn't trade that much as I recall. I remember looking at it before and thought, there's just not enough volume. Guys, I'm waiting on this GovX. I mean, if this gives up 4, gets into this area here, this could turn into a wonderful short. Remember, it came from 325 all the way up here. I have no input on the GLSI. No input whatsoever, Augustus. I don't see any news on it, so just one of those crazy ones. It's just got halted again, probably been halted 20 times today. I don't see any news on it. I mean, it says they presented a 5-year. Okay, well, I guess there is some news. 0% recurrence of breast cancer, 5-year data for GP2, phase 2B trial. So I guess there is some news on it. 100% survival. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, there is the news, but do you really? I'm not saying do we really believe it, but I mean, with 1.5 million in the float, I'm sure they did a reverse split back here. Wow. GMDA, I should have shorted that one. I knew I should have shorted that one. There are shorts available. Not going to do it now, but be careful, guys. I mean, it's awfully. I mean, it's awfully interesting, or not interesting, but to chase these. But just be awfully careful. If you're going to do it, don't take very many shares. Because with that float, it could drop. I mean, what did it do here? 47 down to 37. It could drop $10 in a second. So just be awfully careful if you're going to do it. Oh, I never get upset if there's no shorts available for something. There's plenty of opportunities. I never get I never get upset. I didn't say there was no. I GMDA is what I thought wasn't available, but it is available. Shoot! Now GOVX is dried up. A lot of people piling into shorts now. It could come right back. Yeah, it's going to kill me not being able to now reshort this GOVX. Come on, cover. I'm looking for people to cover. Yeah, look, yeah, some volume coming in. Maybe the, yeah, yeah, it's going to kill me. All right, some just showed up. Some covering happened right here, I guess. Some just showed up. This is Interactive Brokers, of course, so. Cat and mouse game right now, GOVX, at that 4 level. Good for you, Rodex Hair on the SLS. You've been talking about that in the YouTube feed for a bit. SLS, nice. Okay, well no more shorts now. There were very few available. There were only about 5,000. But I'm watching this. It's holding 5. Meanwhile, SLS, Stella, or Sella, Stella, SLS is on the move here. Now, I hate to say it, Rodax, but this is shortable also. Through the channel, I'm sure this is William. Oh my goodness. And I'm looking here. It looks like the bid ask is 70.70. This has been halted. GLSI 70.70. Short away? Okay. All right. I'm in this one now. As long as it doesn't go back over 4, I'm fine. I'm in at 395 for the GovX. That'll get me out if it pops back up to 395. I'll take that reel from 395. I will take that. Meanwhile, SLS just screaming higher here. Look at this. Well, for instance, Ali, the alert for SLS happened a lot earlier, even at 421. You know, I mean, at 421, you can create a scan that'll show it earlier, but you'll probably have a lot of other stocks you don't want to see. But even at 421, I mean, it got up to 511. You know, from my alert right there. You know, there's a dollar on a $4 stock. I mean, that's huge. If you're asking how do you get it right there, you can do it, but you can have a scan for something that'll show you right there, but you may get a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. They're not all going to do this. I mean, the reason it didn't show up a little earlier is that I have a minimum count of 35. You know, if I get rid of that count, lower it. But then if I lower it, then, I'm going to have a lot of other stocks I may not want to see. So there's always a trade-off. Come on, GovX, give it up. All right, you've been talking about CGIX. Boy, a lot of these little ones are just going crazy. There were There were shorts. They'll come back just like the other one, the GOVX. Just got to keep watching. And maybe it's a good thing. And it opened. Oh my gosh, it opened. Look at that. 70, never mind. Now it just got halted again. Oh, GLSI. Okay, guys, I'm out of it. Took a little loss on the GOVX. I will take a look at it again if it breaks down again. Well, I thought I was kidding when I said 100 before. I mean, look at the float, guys. Just be awfully careful. Awfully careful. 1.5 million in the float. Yeah, 95 on the tape. This is what I see 90 now. Whatever it is, it's going to open high. Well, unless it really. What time is it now? 1:54. So the last halt was 10 minutes. Martin usually is only here in the morning, sometime pre-market and maybe the first hour or so. He's not usually in later on. I mean, this GovX looks good on the long side now again. It takes out this 438. Anything can happen. So guys, you see exactly, have a stop, have a stop, have a stop. And there it goes. There it goes. I got to see where this one could go. Where's the high looking left on that weekly chart? 440. It's right at that high. The next high looking left, 710. Man, oh man. Because you know what could start happening? There's all these people who were so fortunate to be in GFSI. Or the other one, GLSI, sorry, GLSI. We'll look for another one. It's very rare you see a $79 stock with $1.5 million in the float. Now, it didn't start off like that today. Okay, now I'm seeing 93.58, 93.58. I think there's no doubt this is going to... listen, it doesn't mean to buy it. I'm just saying I don't think there's any doubt that it's going to probably try to get right up to 100. This is not shortable, which is, thank goodness, as I'm sure there are tons of people who would have liked to have been shorting it. Guys, you know what? I'm all out of the IPOC. I basically flat. I'll get back in. I just don't like the way this market is acting up right now. The SPACs are all getting hit. Can always get back in. So basically I got in at 11, I'm out at 11, so. I didn't see that flash. Maybe there was a flash. I'm looking at level 2 also, but I did not see that. And Mr. Bitcoin is taking a header also, I believe. How's Mara doing? Under 5? Yeah, under 5. Yeah, so they're not ready. Keep an eye on GovX, guys. I mean, this really, really gets over 440 again. I mean, this could run a lot. All right, guys, over 450 now. Can it hold over 450? No, man, got up to 470. Yikes. Guys, you have to be on your own trading these, okay? I mean, You just have to be on your own. I mean, I'm just look at GOVX. Wow. Okay. GLSI hasn't opened yet. Okay, it just opened GLSI. What did it do? So it, what? A red candle? Come on. Yeah, we don't really like sharing things in the room here. Just, it's sort of a general rule. Rich, yeah, works perfectly well. External linking, yes. Mine does anyway. No, well, that was it. So it's halted again? Must be. No, not halted again. Over 100. Are you using like I'm using Mosaic? I mean, I don't even know what the difference is. Maybe are you using classic TWS, whatever it's called? Okay, I'm using Mosaic. It should be simple. External linking. Just make sure you, if I edit the link, make sure you the rule is Interactive Brokers Live. I mean it. I've been doing it for 4 years, like that, and with no issue. Okay, now this is silly. This is really, really, really silly. Congratulations, anybody. No, it's not ideas, Deuce. It's screenshots. Okay, we have to just have to. Like I trust Cindy. I mean, but the idea is a free room, and I who knows what people will post. So this is absolutely insane. Now I see 200, 200. Well, I'm sure they thought that 105 was the top. Too bad the AI didn't have that one. Really hard to look at anything else but that one now. Yeah, I did not see any shorts available, which is there's a GLVX. Well, it's not a G. It's not a GLSI, but it's not bad. So there really was news. You have to look it up. There really was news for GLSI. There, it's right there. You click on the news. It's right there. Announce poster presentation, 5-year data, etc., etc. Okay, it's right there. I hope you're out of, you're short of GOVX, Martin, William. No, sir. All right. Oh, okay. All right. I have just a little bit left in case it really pops through five, but I kept talking about a 450 break and been scalping it out, in and out, in and out, and now I have a little bit left in case it pops through five. If not, I'll be fine. Just like that. Okay, some semblance of reality. Now I see 149, 149, 141, 142. So we're not 200 on the bid ask. Well, I was kind of getting a little bit sleepy, but this has certainly woke me up. Now listen, who asked that question earlier? Rich, calling in is not going to help. Okay, they don't care that we link with you with Interactive Brokers. Okay, you might want to, instead of doing that, maybe talk to one of our tech guys. Okay, you have to understand, Interactive Brokers barely knows we exist. Okay, in that regard. So if you say to them, I'm trying to connect trade ideas to you guys, how come it's not working? They're going to say phone trade ideas. Okay? So if you go to our home page, has it worked before? Oh, it hasn't worked before. It's really simple. It really should be simple. Now, it might be a port issue. Do you have the right port? I can't remember anymore what the port is. 96 or something like that. Obviously, I'm all out of the GOVX now, guys. Okay, you might want to watch this video before you do anything else because it tells you the port that you need. Okay? Permission. You might want to watch that video, okay? It's talking about Brokerage Plus, but it shows you how you link Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers, which is basically the same thing. Yeah, see, it's so funny. I mean, I haven't had to do a thing in 4 years. Yeah, I'm sure I could go to my. Yeah, I just don't want to accidentally do something. I don't even know where to find it. Sorry, I'd like to try to help you. I just don't even know where to find it. All right, what do these guys do? BNTC. Here's another little one. It's trying to romp. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the outage they had. Yeah, but that's a little bit different. It's the first one in 4 years. That's not bad. Really, that's not bad. Very, very stable platform. Um, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, there's not even you. Most people can't even short this, so there's no short covering happening here. At least according to us. I mean, there's just no shorts available. Hmm. I'm just looking. Well, not. I'm just looking at the short float that we have anyway, like 0.04%. 'There were okay. Who? What broker, Lee? Well, there is the big drop. I just didn't have the for GOVX. I just didn't have the you know what's to do it. 1,900%, up $99. So there were available pre-market. Okay, I just don't see a big short. I mean, this might not be correct. You know, it gets updated every twice a month, but we have like 0.04% is short. No, I know it gets updated. Yeah, every twice a month. Yeah, be careful on the GovX, guys. I mean, it's so. Hopefully, I caught that. Excuse me. Hopefully, I caught that sneeze in time. The screen is black. Really? Just on your end, then, Kaiser. Yeah, brief respite maybe. I mean, there's a green candle there, but another red one forming. So let's see what happens. Guys, I'll be right back. And I see GOVX making another high, so hopefully nobody got trapped in those shorts trying to short this. This is so whippy. I mean, you had to be really, really, really quick. Okay, GOVX guys. Oh man, this could keep going. In fact, well, that's right. It just got halted. Okay. Do I have a? No, I don't. To learn day trading, no. Sorry. You can you can keep coming into the room to kind of see what we do, but I don't have a class to teach day trading. Yeah, well, I did take it long afterwards. Not in it anymore, unfortunately. But yes, I mean, if I'd been really, 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 really stubborn, when it broke down through 4, thinking, right, it's going to get all the way back down to here, I'd be beating myself over with a bat if I had held on through all this. How do you know when something gets halted? Steve, we have a halts resumes. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. Meanwhile, BNTC, I mean, what's happening right now, guys, is that people are just you and me and everybody else are looking for these little crazy ones right now. It's irrational at the moment, totally irrational. So all we can do is try to take advantage of it while it lasts. So if you click on my, Steve, if you click on my homepage link, somebody asked, how do I know when something is halted? So again, if you click on my homepage link, one of the scans I'm sharing, right here, scans that I share, click here. And one of them is the, where is it? Halts resumes, okay? Is Gene next? Yeah, Gene. Surprised it's not showing up here. Probably hasn't made enough new highs or something. Relative volume is fine. Yeah, I mean these little. It's a huge float though, 12 million. Ha ha. I know. I mean, I know what you're looking at. I mean, I have this right here. I mean, it's way above, but so is GovX at one point, way above, and it didn't seem to matter. I'm just going to hold off right now. These have a sort of a mind of their own. I mean, it's probably going to work. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's going to work, but um, you must be frozen then. Okay, do a refresh, Larry. Okay, that's the only thing I can think of. Your screen must be frozen. So just do a refresh here. There is the refresh icon if you can see my screen. Right, it's right beside the gear icon right at the top, probably in the top right hand corner. Do a refresh. That should start things for you again. And they're just, oh man, I don't have any more left. There's the GOVX. Oh my goodness. I have none left. I don't know if it's phase two. I have no idea. We have the news up here. There's the news right there. You can click on it and it'll, I don't know. Yeah, phase 2B. Phase 2B. I was done trading in the pre-market. Really I was, but the GovX was a rush. Unfortunately, I don't have any more left. William, I hope you're out of it now. Please don't tell me you're shorting again or adding. All right, what do we see here? What's the high looking left? 351. You know what, guys? It takes out 351. This could do a GOVX. I mean, I tell you exactly what's happening is that traders are now looking for all these, right now as we speak, they're looking for all these little ones. Low floats, little bios. I don't even know if this has any, probably has no news, doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, look, if this takes out, it tried, it took it out briefly, the 351. I'm watching this one like a hawk, BNTC. It's just sort of flirting around with that 50. If it really pops through 50 on some volume, I mean, it could run. So it's up to you. Yes, GOVX is halted, yes. And I get the fact these are above channels, etc. But right now they're just kind of a life of their own. Yeah. I'm just really watching BNTC. See if it has a big clear break of 350. What did it get up to? Got up to 364. All right, GOVX. Wow, open. Look at 7 now. 750. Oh man, if you showed you my account to see where I got in and out of it. Now it just dropped. Is even CYTK booming again? Yes. Big area for it right here, guys. There's that 200-day moving average, 1909. All right, waiting still. It just dropped, so I'm still kind of waiting on this. See if it takes out three. I'm going to stick an alert right up here, 357. See if it takes it out a little bit later. So this one got halted on the way down. Let's see what it's stacking up to be. Not terrible. 610, 610. So 614 is where the halt is. Let's see if this moves from here. Yeah, I mean, Gene might have been a nice, but it's still. I mean, they still are. They're trending so well. These little guys so far. I'm just waiting on the BNTX to see if it can get back up to 350. So some of the alerts from this window. Look at this. I mean, GeoVX at 385, getting up to 750. SLS, what did it get up to? 421. Got up to 514. I don't think this one really moved. No. Max 793. What did I get up to? 847. V-Ray 471. What did it get to? No, it didn't really move. Oh, and that's not true. No, it got up to 519. So some quick hitters here and some longer term ones. Keep an eye on the BNTC if it takes out 350 again. You know, it's still, yeah, it has not given it up really. Not in a big way anyway. GLTC, or sorry, GLTC, GLSI. I'll get it right. GLSI. Meanwhile, how are the SPACs doing? So it had a little pop. There's the ETF. Not very much volume. It just doesn't trade very much. I'm surprised. Okay, one moment, please. I am on mute. Thank you, Dreamer. Thank you, thank you. I wonder how long I've been on mute. I think I had a sneeze. 4 minutes? Oh my gosh, okay. That was the sneeze 4 minutes ago. All right, guys. Well, one last, what just got halted? IDXG just got halted. There's the next one. Look at these. I mean, it's just, I haven't seen a day like this in a long time. And what's the float? Another low float. All right, guys. Oh, look at BNTC. Oh, it's come right back. It just scared me. There it is. It just came right back. This little pop-up scared me. Scared me. Not the. I had a big sound alert, and 3 of them happened at the same time. So it was a boom, boom, boom. There, guys, there it goes. I mean, again, I can't tell you to take these trades. I mean, they're highly speculative. I really didn't think after getting down to 311. But there it goes. As they say, get them while they're hot. $100. All right, guys. Wow. Okay, I will quickly just talk a little bit about our subscriptions and all that before I wrap this up. Wow. What a day. So you want to join in all this fun? You want to have a subscription? Click on my homepage link, and there's the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Premium and standard on an annual basis, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. Standard is $118, less the 15%. Premium is $228, less the 15%. At any time, if you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. My link, my homepage link, also has a link for you to get the trade of the week. Sent to you before the market opens about 30 minutes, 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap. You can sign up for it there. All my scans that I'm sharing are here. Education, 20 lessons. You know, if you're new to Trade Ideas, really recommend that you take a look at all this. You know, how to build a top list, What is an alert window? Creating one. All the basic features are covered right here. More education, between 12 and 1. You can go to YouTube feed, or our YouTube, Trade Ideas YouTube page, between 12 and 1. And daily webinars. Today's the one I attend with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock. You can sign up for them all right here. And educational videos and trading books. Lots and lots of information on my homepage. Hey, give me a moment, please. All right. Oh yeah, anytime you see, I mean, I didn't know it did a 1 for 2,000, but anytime you see a very low float, you rest assured it's done a stock split or reverse split in the past. Keep an eye on this. You know, I don't trade after hours very much, but you know what? Keep an eye on this BNTX after hours. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not BNTX, BNTC. I mean, this still has room on the monthly chart too. I mean, the next high is up at 7 for BNTC. Meanwhile, what has happened to GLSI? No, it's been halted. Still is, you know, it's hanging in. I mean, I see it's 100 on the bid ask, but I mean, it's hanging in. Yeah, that's out of my expertise as Xanadu for sure. Yeah, I don't really know why, real. You know, I've given up trying to figure that out. It may be because I don't say buy this, do that. You know, we try to teach people how to use the program, and they have to make up their own minds. You know, so maybe that's it. I really don't know. All right, guys. Even this, ONCT, another bio. Not a low float. 23 million in the float. Boy, this BNTC. I'm not in it anymore. I mean, I only talked about it forever. I'm not in it anymore. There's a part of me that says, "Oh boy, if it closes well, I'm going to be watching this after hours." I don't take trades after hours usually, but if it closes well, kind of like this. Look at this thing go. This is going to take out four. It could take out four. I shouldn't say it's going to. It could take out four. All right, guys. As I'm getting set to wrap up this day, are there any other questions? Yeah, you two, ex Deacon. Good nickname. Ex Deacon Blues X. Ex Deacon Blues X. Okay, a mouthful, but I like it. What time am I on right now? I'm on me personally. I'm on the West Coast. I close the room at 3 Eastern time, though. Always refer to Eastern time. Okay, now we're getting a big downturn in GLSI. Oh boy, this is. I sure hope nobody was nailed in this one. Looks like 40-40. Halted at 90. Looks like 40-40. 38-38. I mean, now reality sets in. So hope nobody was nailed in this. We said many times, when you have something like this, 1.5 million in the float for a stock that's, in the hundreds, it's crazy, number one. And this is what we're talking about, okay? This is where it's stacking up right now. This is from Interactive Brokers. All brokers have something like this, but, halted at 90. This is where it could open. And now you see what's happening? They're probably all going to tank. This just got halted on the way down again. Ah, Steely Dan. Okay. Okay. You know what? BNTC is not tanking yet. Okay, well, this is a not easy. These trades are not easy. If you're new, it's not easy, and it's very easy to get all wrapped up in it. And the fear of missing out, etc. All right, guys, it's 3 o'clock. I'm again. This is my long day, so I will wrap it up right now. We'll do all this again at starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, half an hour before the market opens. So hope everybody has a great evening, and I'm gonna find my gear to get out. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.